7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. And if you would like to call into the presentation, Chairman Kurt filters phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And, of course, you can text in the program. Many do at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox and get involved in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Doug, you have a situation because you have the responsibility contractually to decide for us what the lifetime roofing lead is coming off of a Cardinal off day. Yeah. So many different choices for you, such as the motorcade in Cleveland last night, and J.B. Bickerstaff's unhappiness with the officiating. What a disparity there with the free throws. What about Tottenham Hotspur?
Oh gosh, I hadn't even thought of that.
Well, but hey, the show started, man.
Okay,
Tottenham Hotspur.
You're right. There's not an obvious lead.
Colorado up 3-1 on the Wild. Is it inevitable for the Avalanche and the Hurricanes to meet for Lord Stanley's chalice? Sacramento light the beam tonight. Get you ready for the game.
I don't think it's any of that. My journalistic chops tells me the most important story would be an update on Ahmad Hardy's condition.
Oh, I didn't know that we had one.
Well, there's not much of an update, but if we're talking about the most important story for our area, I think that's probably it right now. I saw a report from WJTV in Washington, or in Jackson, Mississippi, said he was shot in the upper leg, still in stable condition. I guess that's the lead. It's certainly not a Cardinal off day. That's about the best I can do.
Gabe
DeArmond will join us at 7:30 on that topic.
Yeah, there.
It did seem as the day went along, the news got more encouraging.
Yeah, he's moving around, stable. 3 people arrested, 3 19-year-old kids arrested for the shooting. Police are saying it's a wonder there weren't more people hit because I guess they really unloaded a lot of firepower.
It is terrible, but if you're a college athlete making decent money, if you have some pro possibilities, you almost are at the point where you just stay home. Just protect yourself, protect your money, stay indoors.
Don't leave the house? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I honestly think I was talking to a former Mizzou player yesterday. He said, man, just stay home.
Well, certainly avoid certain situations. You might want to stay out of the bars and away from rap concerts.
And you should be able to live your life and go to do whatever you want. But I'm saying if you're at that age with the chance to make some decent money, that might be you just stay home. Play video games. What was that? You have one day in Columbia. Mike Kelly loves to ask that, and they always say, just play video games.
I think it'd be a lot easier just to stay at home and ride it out if you're 30 or 40-something. Not so easy if you're 20.
I know. That's the part.
21 or 2.
Doug, you don't mind riding it out at home.
No.
If I tell you to stay home, you said, well, I've got that covered.
Yeah, that's what I do best, is riding it out.
Doug's whole life is riding it out.
Mm-hmm. I've never been shot.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah. I'm not sure I've ever even been at a place where, well, I heard one gunshot in my life, but that was about it. Just maybe one gunshot my whole life I've heard. Just from riding it out.
Well, if you're ever out in the country, my in-laws live in the country area outside Marion, Illinois, and if you're just sitting around on a Sunday afternoon, you'll just hear some gunshots in the distance.
Really?
Yeah.
What are they shooting?
I have no idea if they're doing target practice, if there's just a wild animal running around. Anybody listening that's spent any time in the country, you just hear gunshots, usually a shotgun, just in the distance, and you think nothing of it.
Same in the city.
Yeah, in the city. I'm saying if you get out to the old suburbs, you hear that, you're calling the police.
Not the suburbs so much.
Well, I'm saying you would call the police. Yeah. Or it's your bath caddy falling in the middle of the night.
Oh, God, that was more of a bomb than a shot.
Oh, okay.
One of the things being observed right now is Jackson fixed the cameras.
Oh, thank you, Jackie Jack.
Jackson Burkett, everyone.
No, see, I don't want to say I fixed the cameras because that would imply that I then broke the cameras.
Oh.
It is not the case. I don't know how to fix the cameras. Our wonderful engineering team here at Hubbard Radio St. Louis did an excellent job in fixing the cameras so that we can broadcast on YouTube cleanly. So thank you to them and them alone. By saying that, I'm not saying that they broke them. This is technology.
Who broke them?
Wow, engineering broke it?
Well, broke. It was not being. It was not working. I wouldn't say broken, but they fixed it, so it's all good.
So you're sideways with engineering for breaking it, making you look bad, and now they get the credit.
No, sir. No,
Okay.
sir.
Tim, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
The media sows the distrust. It won't have it.
I actually agree with that statement in a vacuum, but I think this is Craig Rutledge's revenge for Jackson describing him as insatiable about a year ago.
You can't shake it.
Yep.
You can't shake the reputation.
And he waited, and he waited, and he waited, and he struck. Because if the cameras go down the day after Jackson calls him insatiable, he's the obvious suspect.
Yeah.
But he waits. And he goes, all right, call me insatiable again. See what happens.
Yep. So I'm glad the YouTube cameras are working like everyone else, but I did nothing to fix them.
What did he do that made you think he's insatiable?
My lack of understanding of the word is what created that
What were you
situation.
trying to say? Were you trying to say incomparable?
I think unflappable.
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 And you're a bit of a wordsmith. I enjoy your vernacular.
But it's all trial and error, you know. You got to test things out, see how they feel, you know. It's like trying on a new pair of shoes. You're not just going to buy them sight unseen.
Good text here. Hey, Tim, I'm sorry that others sabotaged your cameras. It's not acceptable for a legend like you to be treated like this. Doug, that's from Daddy to Likey. No. Kind of a good start to the show in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Bit of a lemming move.
Got hit right there. Gabe DeArmond will be with us at 7:35, and Mike McGreevy live from Sacramento, where the Cardinals will take on the A's. Now, that's at 9 o'clock on your Polos Plus dossier. Doug, that's what we got for you in addition to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
And the A's are decent, 21-19. Doug, you walk into Sacramento, you can't expect to just win a series.
No, you just try to get out of there alive. They are leading their division. The only team above 500 in the AL West. But that's a big turnaround for the A's that have not been very good in recent years.
I'm kind of looking forward to just seeing what the stadium. I have not watched any Sacramento games.
No,
A show prep ass.
Kind of looking forward to seeing the old stadium layout. I think they showed some stuff last year where a lot of the media and player things were outside. Like if you needed to lift some weights, you might go out to a tent out back. There's a lot of minor league aspects to it.
Wouldn't you think even the high minor leagues would have better facilities than that?
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are one phone call away from being in the major leagues, and you're going to make them walk outside to lift weights? You would think that they have a little bit better setup than that.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Are you really, Charlie?
All right.
Okay. Well, I'm excited
What about the A's?
series.
Yeah. And
Cardinals.
the boys are coming home. We're getting a little closer to summer. This squad's on pace. They're on pace for about 93 wins.
Cool for the summer. Demi Lovato, what is it, like 2014, you
I
think?
don't know the years, Tim.
Was that implied about her curiosity for Sappho's? Am I right on
Was
that?
she insatiable as well?
Jackson?
Demi Lovato, that song came out in 2015. Wow, I would have thought earlier. Maybe
Like
that.
2014. Way
No,
earlier.
earlier than that, I thought. But what do I know? Certainly a summertime jam.
You really remember what song came out in 2015 as opposed to 2014?
Well, I was in high school at the time, so, you know, every song that came out had some sort of connection to
Significance.
Yeah.
A
to
dance.
Formative time in my life.
A gal, a dance, a moment.
Boy, the Wikipedia page for Cool for the Summer is rich with text.
Oh, is it?
I don't know what that means.
What are you learning? Martin's going to learn about Sacramento's ballpark tonight. You're learning about Cool for the Summer.
I mean, you would think it was Bohemian Rhapsody, by the way, how long the Wikipedia page is
Well,
for it.
Wikipedia tends to have a lot of words. We
But
look
then,
for
like, some
pictures?
people, don't ask me why, but I was looking at Joel Damon's Wikipedia page earlier, and nothing. It's got no info. Got
Were
nothing
you
on
looking at Joel Damon's
Not today,
Wikipedia?
was
He wears a bucket hat.
Yeah, Jim Colbert wore a bucket hat. Doug passed away yesterday.
Oh, did he?
Remember Jim Colbert?
No.
Okay.
Was he more prominent on the senior tour?
He was.
I do
The
remember.
rare
him.
guy who didn't really do much on the PGA Tour and then went out to the senior tour and became a 9-time winner, I think. Jackson, what have we learned on Cool for the Summer? Natural pivot from Jim Colbert back to Cool for the Summer, Demi Lovato.
I think it was because she does wear a shirt, I believe a rainbow shirt, that some maybe thought was her expressing her interests in Sappho's, but more than likely is her showing support for the LGBTQ community.
I'm looking at the lyrics. It's sapphic, no doubt.
Oh. Chairman Kurt just came in with the hammer. That's what you need in a closer. 3 up, 3 down. Let's go get him tomorrow night in Sacramento.
And was Demi Lovato married to that Wilmer Valderrama, or that's somebody similar to Demi in name? This feels like Kurt.
She doesn't seem like she was married to
a man.
Well, no.
Okay.
Blake Corbin, ex-husband.
Patrick Corbin, kind of a starter who bounces around, and the Nationals signed it too big of a deal.
Yeah. He was good there for a couple of years.
Nationals gave him some money, maybe?
Is he in the 2019 team?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes.
Feels like that the Cards just barely got nicked by.
Yeah.
That
beat.
Good series.
The highlight of that series for me is I got to go to the White House because the Blues were there, and it just happened to be during the
nice timing.
NLCS.
Serendipitous.
And I don't think the old Two Fox would have been budgeting for a trip to D.C. just because the Blues were there, but we were there for the NLCS.
Did you get to go inside?
No, I believe everything other than the security checkpoints, everything was out back.
The Rose Garden?
Yeah. I think I was probably about 30 feet away from the old president and the old Blues.
Were you?
Layla was sitting in the front row. And then there was the NLCS, which didn't really matter.
Patrick Corbin was on the team.
Doug, name the 4 starters for the Nationals in that memorable NLCS.
I don't have much for you. I know Bryce Harper was on that team.
There was a veteran.
Wasn't on the.
Did you ask for the rotation?
Yeah. There was a veteran who started game 1 who was not supposed to beat them and breezed through. Scherzer started game 2. I recall that. I was at that game. The Flaherty start was highly anticipated for the Cardinals in Washington, but so help me, I think Corbin got him in 3 or 4, and I think that's where it's. Did Strasburg start a game?
I think.
You had Flaherty Hudson. I remember waiting for the games.
Dak.
Yeah, in the games in D.C., so I thought, even though they're down 0-2, I thought they still had a shot, and I was wrong.
You know who was on that team? Fernando Rodney.
You know who else? Eric Fetty.
Yep.
Oh, is that right?
And Matt Adams.
I saw Big City yesterday.
Oh, yeah, what was Big City up to?
The St. Louis Golf Classic, a big fundraiser for the American Cancer Society that Dave Peacock put it together.
Where was that held?
At Boone Valley.
Strong.
Wow, what a place. Oof. Wizard was there, Brett Hull, former Blue Martin Brodeur.
Oh, was he?
I saluted him for his 7-game Blues career. We had Pronger was there. He's written a book. I don't know if you guys have heard. Bernie Federko, a lot of Blues greats. Izzy, friend of the show, Jason Isringhausen was out there.
Bomber. Absolute bomber.
Told me he sets his schedule. Loyal TMA listener, but he travels around the minor leagues. I said, you could just tell him? He goes, yeah, I'm going to Palm Beach next week for a week. I'm like, there you go.
Yeah.
Honey, I got to go up to Peoria for a few days. Then I'll go down to Palm Beach.
Probably doesn't get to Peoria as often as he does.
If you're Chaim, you're looking at the reports. Boy, Izzy is doing a lot of work in Palm Beach.
We're all over the Florida State League.
He must really like that staff down there.
Start a new podcast called Celebrity Boy. Unsure celebrity talk about who's married to who and who was in what. That's from Crestwood Coyote. Jackson, are you looking to expand the boy empire?
Always.
The boy empire.
That's right.
So people have the ringer, the pivot. You have the boy empire.
Yeah.
Was Joffrey the boy king?
He was, until he ran into that pigeon pie, which has got to sound like one of the most unappetizing dinners you could possibly
What is
enjoy.
pigeon pie?
It's like a game meat pie.
But there's pigeon in there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Westeros' finest.
Imagine getting told you're being transferred from Palm Beach to Peoria and then being told that's a promotion. Doug, that's from Jugs in D.C. He turned his back on the St. Louis area to live in Washington, D.C., but he gives us insight on Atlantic 10 basketball plays.
All right.
That's how he affords his lavish lifestyle. Is he in Georgetown?
I don't know where he is now.
That's always been interesting to me because a lot of like the instructional developmental leagues or rookie leagues are like in pretty really like sweet areas. And then you get called up to single A or double A, and it's usually in the backbone of this country.
Now, what does that mean right there? The backbone. You mean the hard-working meat and
Yeah.
potatoes folks?
Sure.
The people you don't want in your neighborhood.
No, far from it. That's what this country was built on. But maybe not the most desirable of destinations.
How dare you?
But it's all part of the process to get into the show.
Yeah.
But I would agree. If you're sitting there in Palm Beach enjoying that, and then you get called up to some other part of the country, it could be tough.
Josh Bob Bill is not happy with Doug's selection of the Lifetime Roofing lead, and he says Rainiel Rodriguez, a.k.a. Hulk, being promoted AA, should be the lead. I had that story open on, I guess John Denton has a website, or he works for a website. Martin, do you know the... Hell, I don't know. I just know that
He does work for some outlet. I think they were founded in Seattle doing Mariners work, kind of like a foul territory type thing, but it's Seattle-based, but he writes for him here. They have a Cardinal outlet, I'm going to say.
Called Roundtable.
There you go.
Yes, that's where I was
If
reading
I
the
talk
story
long
this
enough, you
morning.
say.
He played 26 games at High A and has been promoted to AA.
Very encouraging.
And he is the Cardinals' #2 prospect and 28th overall in baseball. And Jackson, what position does he play?
The only position that matters, he squats post dish.
Oh, does he squat?
That makes Doug happy.
Yeah.
19 years old, baby.
Well, they can almost get up to 5 or 6 catchers on the major league roster in
That's a
another year or
start.
two. Yeah.
To start, where would you like it to finish?
9. 8. Jordan Walker and then 8 catchers.
Oh.
Well, Jordan Walker, a pitcher, and 7 catchers.
It'd be hard to be that big and be a catcher. As big as Walker.
Yeah. What?
There have been some tall ones. I don't know if there's been any as big as Walker.
No.
He just turned 19.
Yeah,
by the way.
right.
He will be the second youngest position player in AA, and only 19-year-old infielder is younger, excuse me, and he is in the Brewers system. But Rodriguez has already been moved up to AA. Doug, the Cardinals are lousy with catchers.
Yeah. Well, it's a good position to be lousy with because there's generally a shortage around baseball oftentimes. You can use one or more to maybe acquire another asset.
I would like to know
Your plans.
their thoughts in the front office when you have Crooks in waiting, Bernal waiting, this Rodriguez, Pies and Herrera are younger. You can dismiss Pies, I get it, but he's currently here on the roster. That's a lot of youthful people at the same position.
Joel Pozo.
Don't forget our friend Pozo, who I think they've forgotten is on the team.
That's correct.
But also there's a lot of guys who do very well in the minor leagues and never really amount to a whole lot in the major leagues. That happens too. Where you think, oh, this guy's a great prospect. Then he gets to the big leagues and you go, okay, just another guy.
For years, the Blues AHL team was in the Chicago suburbs. Imagine getting called up to the NHL and leaving a city with 2 active airports and going to a city where a lady with Vince Wilfork's body berates you near an inactive baggage claim. Doug, that's from Allen Dadeville.
It's a good visual,
It's
Vince
Wilfork.
Wilfork's body.
Yeah.
I can picture that.
I'm
going to Chicago. Stand up.
I thought we were better than Chicago.
I think he's alluding to Rockford. We had a team in Rockford. Boy, Peoria, apparently the Blues TV ratings are still strong in Peoria because of their old lineage back in the day.
Really?
I liked it when they were in Peoria. Just right up the road. You call somebody up, they can hop in a car and be there for the game.
Yeah,
that
it
night.
makes a lot of sense to have your
Yes.
high minor league team just as close as possible.
Like Memphis.
Yeah.
Tim, it's Malin Ackerman's 48th birthday today. Terrible fake Southern accent, but great body for 48. Yeah, buddy. Doug, that's daddy likey.
So it's Tom Ackerman's birthday?
I think Tom Ackerman's older than 48, but I don't know that.
Was somebody Ackerman?
Malin?
Malin, you know her, of course, from Hunting Wives. When does Jackson, I know you loved the first season and watched it 3 times. When does the second season come out with the great Brittany Snow? And is that Dermot Mulrooney?
I don't know. I heard you guys talking about what a great show it was.
Yeah,
I watched
really
it once.
good.
I said, you got to be kidding me.
That Tim said it was a great show.
There are certain things I look for in my shows.
Yeah.
I felt like the first time we watched that, my wife was hip to what I was watching for.
Is that right?
Yeah, she smoked me out. Real nice,
Series
like...
was renewed by the grace of God for a second season, which is set to premiere in 2026. So
Any minute now.
TBD. Yeah, right. Next thing you know, it could be right there in front of your eyeballs. Not in front of mine, though.
No.
Couldn't do it. Could not do it. Y'all got honky tonk up in Cambridge? All right, that's going to do it for us.
Wonderful.
That was
Jackson
it?
at that moment taps out.
Yeah, and her cuck husband.
Whose?
Alan Ackerman's. Or, no, Brittany Snow's.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Alan Ackerman's husband,
Yeah.
he got to...
No,
he got
far
to,
from it.
He got to engage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doug, he was the big winner.
Talk about backbone of America.
Amen.
Don't you feel like there's code being spoken
Yeah, I have
across
no idea
the-
what you're talking about now.
They're lobbing
I thought it was-
code back and
That's
forth.
right.
I thought it was Tom
Yeah, with a
Ackerman's
long
birthday.
toss.
You ever want to call tennis? It's
Oh.
easy. Just sit there. Oh, what a shot. Ooh.
I have a secret crush on Brittany Snow. Man, I would like to have a chance. Think about that, Papers. That's from Morrison Woods Wacko.
I love Brittany Snow.
Clip that
It's
off.
not her fault.
It's not her fault.
Not her fault.
Your thoughts on Brittany Snow? 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service text inbox is 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program, and then you can open up your YouTube app, type TMASTL, subscribe to the channel, and the next thing you know, you're in there and you're talking it over with friends such as Chairman Kurtz in there, I see. Ted Gann, the Nipper School Monitor, and old Trey Davis is talking to Gene Thomas and Tanner Skidmarks. They're all in there, and they're having a great conversation and enjoying the program for the next 5 hours. Martin, after the morning after fascinates you. Yesterday, Arbor Day described it as an audio bake sale for raising money for Iggy.
I'm a bake sale, yeah. You know it. We can't wait to bake, hell yeah.
You got a new
Do they
theme song?
still have bake sales?
Yeah. I actually, for whatever reason, drove past somewhere where there's big signs that
Seriously?
said bake sale.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Was it like a skewel? Was that at a skewel?
Must have been. It was like one of those. It was like to turn right in 0.5 miles. It was more, once again, hate to keep going back to this well, it was an area that you would describe more as the backbone of this nation.
Ooh, I don't like that tone. Where was it?
Ladue?
No, it was in Metro East.
Oh, okay. It feels very Catholic grade school. Grandma makes some banana nut bread. Little Susie brings it to school and
I'm
sells
into
a
it,
loaf
man.
for $4.
You're into a bake sale?
Sure.
How about a cakewalk?
I never know what is that? Is
Like
it
a
like musical
carnival.
chairs where everyone wins?
But you stop, and then it stops, and you're on number 10. They pull it in. You win the cake.
But doesn't everybody win?
Well, no, there's one number.
Oh, it's only one cake?
They might do it more
I
than
thought-
once.
Yeah, I thought
They
like,
might have a half a dozen
We have
cakes to
other
give away.
opportunities to win.
are they full-sized like sheet cakes?
It varies depending on the operation.
Well, no, I'm not into it.
Well, you should.
Or
be.
sponge cake. No thanks.
When Bernie would make fun of probably the Cardinals at the time, or whenever they wouldn't sign somebody, say, "Oh, what are we going to do? We're going to hold a little bake sale or something." I love that as an insult that people were so strapped, a professional team, that they might hold a bake sale to raise funds.
They did sell the urinals. Remember that?
Yeah,
Huh?
that didn't go over well.
Yeah.
Who owns
When they-
those? Who has friends over and says, "Yeah, that pisser over there, that's from Bush."
James Carlton might. He is online at
He's got a
Carlton
pisser
Insurance.
from Bush?
It's possible. Or you can call him at 314-961-4800. James in studio yesterday. He is handling Jackson's insurance now. He's handling Jamie Rivers' insurance now. BK and Ferrario's insurance. And I've been with him now for more than 7 years. What we have found is a large number of TMA listeners have made the switch to James Carlton because James has been coming on the show here for a long time, almost a decade he's been sponsoring. And it's not like he comes in every week and goes, "Hey, I got great rates." No. Just within the last few months, he said, "I've been doing this 18 years and I've never seen automotive rates drop like this. It's a real opportunity to save money. Why not call 314-961-4800 and take about 2 minutes to see if you could save thousands of dollars." That's what Jamie Rivers found out. Thousands of dollars. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. The Colonel is going to join us coming up in the next segment, Gabe DeArmond of Power Mizzou, with his insight on the Ahmad Hardy situation. What Gabe wanted me to know and then share with the audience, and I don't know how many people listen to he and Cody Goodwin's podcast, which they record every Monday, State of the Tigers. But it is clear that I would tell you that I don't think, unless something has changed since they recorded that last night around 7 o'clock, and Gabe and I were texting, that just like us, and therefore just like those of you in the audience, even though we're talking about an All-American running back, a guy who at the very least would have been mentioned in the Heisman Trophy preseason race, the information is intentionally unknown because you're talking about a wide variety of circumstances in which people have to be careful with what they say publicly with regard to reporting. So one of the things that Gabe and Cody were talking about on that podcast last night is it was a rare spot in which they were communicating with other Missouri/college football writers to fact check to make sure that everybody was kind of on the same page, because you don't want to get in a spot where you're reporting something that turns out to be false for, like I said, a wide variety of legal reasons. So we will see what Gabe has coming up in the next segment on the topic. He is, of course, with PowerMizzou.com, and during the college football and college basketball season, a regular on the program. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Mike McGreevy, who said, Doug, I'll quote-unquote try to call in at 9 a.m. your time, so 7 a.m. my time. I'll drink some hot tea to make sure the voice isn't too raspy. I don't know if the boys were going to get after it at the club in Sacramento on a Monday night and really light the beam. Jackson, I don't know if you have had bottle service in Sacramento, but I'm not familiar with all the great local haunts. But he's going to have some hot tea ready to make sure his voice is available to engage with this program at 9 o'clock on the Polos Plus dossier.
I think Mitch Richmond's got a hot club.
Oh, yeah, run. Bibby? Bibby got something there? Bibby, Doug? Bibby? Corliss Williamson?
Chris Webber.
Yeah.
Jason Williams.
So we're going to go through everyone who's ever played for the Sacramento.
DeMontis Sabonis, not to be confused with his father, Arvydas.
Oh, who was the better Sabonis?
Good question. Arvydas started his career too late in America.
Okay.
You know, Kansas City likes to nick St. Louis at times for losing the NFL twice. What about them losing the Kings, huh? Think they still show Sacramento highlights in Kansas City?
They lost the A's, too.
Uh-huh.
Well, we found somebody who has one of those Busch Stadium urinals, Doug. A buddy of mine has one of those urinals in his shop/man cave. Interestingly enough, right above it at eye level, he has a picture of Doug sprawled out like one of those French girls.
Okay.
And a headshot of papers next to the urinal cake. I love peeing there. That's from the overprotective Golden Girl Dad.
Okay, overprotective Golden Girl Dad, you just got yourself suspended, first for the urinal and then for the comments, suspended a period of 2 days'
So
time.
just owning the urinal got him suspended?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, now your name is going into the appliance discounters suspension log. You'll know mine is not a lenient form of jurisprudence.
Appliance Discounter, sponsor of the suspension logule locations all over the St. Louis metropolitan area. I have worked with John and Denise Bradley and can recommend them firsthand to our audience. Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal for TMA listeners. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they're called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 area locations in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. I bet when people bought those urinals years ago, they never knew that they would wind up in the Appliance Discounter suspension logule.
I just wonder if they're not branded, how could you verify? And then, therefore, why would it be like a smart purchase?
You think anyone would question it? Who are you going to verify it to or for?
I guess. I'd take one of the troughs from Varro.
Oh, you would?
Sure.
How nasty.
It does have a big bathroom.
Centuries of brine.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
historic brine.
Yeah, that's right.
Where would you put it?
In the master. What do you mean?
In the master bedroom. Oh, that's a wife's fantasy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Just, you know.
oh. You imagine the stink.
You're getting real close to kink shaming people.
How bad would that smell?
Well,
Jackson doesn't care.
It drains.
He wants it in what he calls his primary bedroom.
Yeah. Is having a urinal at home, is that I can't tell if that's a rich guy move or a Hoosier move. Because it'd certainly be more expensive to add that, but the act of doing it would then be Hoosier.
I think it's kind of a Hoosier move.
I would agree.
The overprotective Golden Girl dad wants you to know that he is protesting his suspension. This aggression will not stand, man.
Well, protest all you like.
Yeah.
What's likely to happen is the charges will be trebled. You won't like that.
Yeah.
Won't feel very good.
The Colonel coming up here in the next segment, and then Mike McGreevy at 9 o'clock. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 9:45. Now you have been briefed on the polosplus.com dossier for the morning after on May 12th, 2026. You're listening to 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel and you can talk it over with other TMA listeners anytime you would like in between 7 a.m. and 12 p.m. YouTube.com/TMASTL. 202 friends are in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now, and you can join in the conversation here on TMA. Coming up at 9 o'clock on the PolosPlus.com dossier, Mike McGreevy with us live from Sacramento, where the Cardinals begin a 3-game series with the A's, and we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 9:45. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way here in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. Do we have the Colonel on?
We will have him on momentarily. Just waiting to.
I just hadn't heard you communicate with him, and I usually hear that.
For sure. Attempted communication, just waiting to.
Okay.
Did not get a call received.
Right. So. Fair enough. Design Air sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com and online at DesignAirService.com. That is Seth Goldcamp's operation, and he has been doing it for years. His family's been doing it for 4 generations. Seth's advice is the following. Sign up at DesignAirService.com for their service plan, which means when the weather warms up, they come out and they tune up your air conditioning. When the weather cools down in 5-6 months, they'll come out and test your furnace and make sure that's ready to go for the cold weather months. It's as simple as going to DesignAirService.com. That way, you are making sure that everything is ready to go when you need it. Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor the email of the day. I'm a client. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. You can become a client real easily by going to DesignAirService.com. Sponsor of the email of the day here on TMA. There it is, Doug. Now you've been briefed.
Okay, I feel much better now. I hadn't been briefed before, but now I am.
Did McGreevy reach out to him? Was he hurt that we didn't want him on Monday after another shutty performance? Because he tends to get his feelings hurt.
Yeah, I know that we had communicated over the weekend. And then yesterday, you were already at onboarding when he got back to me yesterday. He said, let me get on the show tomorrow. Got an off day here in San Diego. Got to spend some time with the fam. And I said, did the team fly up to Sacramento after the unfortunate Sunday afternoon debacle? Or did they stick around in San Diego for another night? And then basically a full day, in all due respect to Light the Beam, a more desirable locale. I mean, what city would you rather be in other than San Diego if you're just heading out for a few days? And he said, no, we're flying out at 4:30 Pacific, Martin.
From San Diego.
So they stuck around. They did.
We'll spend Sunday in San Diego, and then we don't need to hurry out of here.
Right.
Can we have a late checkout for the 42 rooms here? Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Enough time for everybody to get in their 18 holes.
Tory Peas.
Yeah. That's
the way to do it.
Yeah, I was delighted. But then I was wondering, before he said that the team was flying out at 4:30, if the guy who couldn't pay $500 for Grove back at spring training, despite signing a multi-million-dollar bonus and making a minimum of $850,000 a year, had now all of a sudden, with his 2.1 ERA, gone, F it, I'm signing up for a little NetJets or something like that. Wheels Up. What's the other one, Jackson, that you fly on?
NetJets, Wheels Up. Then
Planes Are Us.
Yeah, get a plane.
Dad's jet. Dad's jet.
I don't know if there is another
You were
one.
on the Stephen Match shuttle is what Tim's talking about. You just kind of shoot back to Nashville.
Sunny Gray.
Shoot back
Sunny
and
Gray
forth.
Express.
Yeah. Every time we talk to Stephen Matz, hey, you guys are in Cincinnati. Well, I'm leaving tomorrow. Okay. Every time we had Stephen Matz, he was in Nashville.
Ooh, Mercury jets.
Doug, you like Mercury jets when you fly private?
Or Magellan jets. A lot of companies.
It just seems tacky even to have to rent a jet.
Yeah.
To not own it yourself.
Seen the cost of jet fuel recently, dog?
It doesn't matter.
God, that was the most unrelatable thing uttered in the 22 years of this show. Seen the cost of jet fuel lately, dog.
Oh boy, about $8.50 a gallon. Yeah, that'd be.
Is that all it is? It's $8.50 a gallon for jet fuel?
That's what it's saying right now.
That doesn't seem bad, does it, for a jet?
I mean,
We're going to need
Twice
now
the
the
cost.
Spirit shut down. I'm strictly ground transportation.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's meat and potatoes, brother.
I move by rail.
Doug, it's FlexJet. That's from Defiance Juice Head.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I don't know the jets that you would just rent. Yikes.
Yeah.
You don't
Well,
have your
anyway,
own.
yeah, that's the logistics, Martin. So I think you're delighted to hear they stayed that extra night in San
And
Diego.
extended the Monday. And that's when you're the traveling, you're Ernie, and you call down. Yeah, we'll be leaving the hotel about 2 or... Well, that'll be... somebody tell Bill to have a bake sale. We're going to just stay a little later.
bake
here.
sale.
A little later in San Diego. A friend of mine, Jimmy Heinen, the other night, McGreevy's pitching. He said his style to me is straight out of the 1920s. Just look at the haircut, his eyebrows, the high pants. He looks like he's 100 years out of his true era. A 1920s banker. And I kind of see what he's saying.
So you think he might be a time traveler? Jimmy
Yeah.
Heinen thinks he's a time traveler.
Yeah, he does kind of have an old school look to him. Like, even if he had a fedora that said press on it, he could play that character. Old school.
It's actually very smart to rent a jet. No need to pay for storage, maintenance, etc., especially if you don't need it every single week. Doug, that's Sharon and Clayton.
Well, if you're worried about the expense, yeah, then it's a whole different level, you know. Some of us don't worry that we're not flying it every day.
And I think it's when we went to 920 that you got the jet, because that's when you knew we had made it.
I upgraded to a newer jet.
Ah.
Yeah. I had been flying Bell helicopters before that.
Yeah.
Prior to that, were there 2 planes, one for the man and one for the woman? Did they each have their own plane?
Jack and Jill planes.
Charity and stuff?
Oh, I got you saying now.
Private jets can burn anywhere between 75 and 675 gallons per hour at what Doug thought was a reasonable cost of $8.50 per gallon. That's from Shooter McGavin.
Well, I'm telling you, some of us don't worry about the price of gas, especially with our jets.
I can't listen as much as I used to, so forgive me for asking, does Sharon and Clayton ever shut the hell up?
Oh.
That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer. Sharon doesn't know S about private jets. That's Jake, and he is in St. Genevieve. Good morning, fellas. Why do you suppose Sharon and Clayton is so pretentious? That's from the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter. Why, that's Sharon.
She gets them triggered.
Telling you, if we get that Real Housewives of TMA together, we've got a star. We've got the next Meryl Streep, I think, and she happens to be in our audience. Does Doug get use of the St. Louis University jet in year 2 of the deal to talk about the Billikens on the show? That's from the Hunchback of On Castle.
I don't need anyone else's jet. What I keep saying, if you have to borrow or rent, you know, that's cute,
Yeah.
but it's not the most efficient way to do it.
Air Vaughn is how you travel.
Right. I stormed back by the barn off.
Sharon has never flown on a private jet. Whatever busted out Cessna some idiot in her condominium complex has does not count. That's Carlos Spicy Weed.
Busted out Cessna. I don't ever want to get on a busted out Cessna.
LOL. Sharon was definitely on yahoo.com to search for Google so she could look up this private jet baloney.
Wow.
What a dweeb. Doug, that comes from Colts beat writer Brian Henshin.
Do you call a woman a dweeb?
It is usually a male
Yeah.
insult.
I don't mind.
But that's
the-
what makes Henshin so creative.
Yeah. You know, a new twist on the word dweeb.
The Mizzou man is not happy. Where's Gabe? Jackson?
I've reached out to Gabe, waiting to hear back.
My guess is the Colonel is on a call about the Ahmad Hardy situation, and that certainly takes priority. So we will expect to hear from the Colonel at some point here in the near future. Sometimes these things happen, as is the case with a news story of this magnitude with regard to Ahmad Hardy. So the Colonel will join us. I have no doubt about that. Mike McGreevy at 9 o'clock, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is all coming your way. This is TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. If you're in the market to buy a home, if you are in the market to refinance, I would like to recommend someone I know, someone I respect, and someone I think you will be happy to do business with as well, and that is Ryan Luchtefeld of Delmar Mortgage. I just have been working with him over the last few weeks, and man, when he said the process is easy, I can officially verify that. It is simple as can be. He is with Delmar Mortgage, online at delmarmortgage.com, but gives you his personal number. Reach out to him right now. 618-593-3608. 618-593-3608. You're going to get that personal local touch, but with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that are going to make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents with closings in as little as 2 weeks. The number is 618-593-3608, or you can go online at delmarmortgage.com. That's Ryan Luchtefeld, 618-593-3608.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals and A's tonight, 8:40 p.m. first pitch in Sacramento. Andre Palante toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Think what do we got here?
I don't know what it is.
Just a little instrumental.
Part of the theme today.
No theme.
I've texted the Colonel to see if he's still going to be able to join us. I have no doubt he is working on the Ahmad Hardy situation, but we will have Gabe DeArmond be my expectation at some point here on the presentation. And you are welcome to get involved with the show by texting in 314-399-9646 and calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners, youtube.com/TMA-STL. Subscribe to the channel. 6,870 friends have. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. Mike McGreevy with us coming up at 9 o'clock. One of the questions that, and it's a great spot to be in, that people are asking is, what will the Cardinals do if they are still in the mix when the trade deadline rolls around? And Chaim Bloom joined the Cat on Cardinal territory to discuss his mindset.
There was not a point where we didn't want to win or expect to win. We were just going to be willing to make those hard decisions to get us towards our ultimate goal and not put gratification today ahead of that. When they do tug in opposite directions, we're going to choose that ultimate goal of being in position to win this division repeatedly and being in position to win a World Series year in, year out. That is the ultimate goal. And, you know, hopefully we are in this position when we get to that point in the season. That goal is still going to be first and foremost. What that means in terms of the opportunities in front of us, I don't know. And hopefully there's a way to serve both ends in that situation and be creative and daring enough to do that.
Okay.
Try and meet both moments there.
Try to develop
Right.
while also competing.
I don't think they know for sure what that moment would look like.
Too hard to tell.
2 months from now. And I get it. The long-term commitment for sure is, I think what would be hard for fans, let's say there's a market for
O'Brien.
O'Reilly
D-Bay.
O'Brien. Yeah, and you're sitting there, you're a
One of the
game out.
catchers.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Won't part with any of them.
Yeah.
And you say, boy, what's the offer on O'Brien? Wow, that'd be kind of nice because that kid would be good at Double-A next year. Boy, that's kind of nice. And you're a game out in the wild. That's when it's going to be interesting.
I don't think you could ever do that. I think you'd lose the team if you did that. I don't mean they'd move out of St. Louis.
Remember when the Brewers traded
you'd lose the locker
Hater,
room.
all hell
Couple
broke
years-
loose, man.
Yeah, that one went backwards.
Yeah.
Sweet mother of mercy did it ever.
If you got a chance to win and you deal a super important person on the team, that would just crush the team, I think, mentally.
I mean, somebody's got to be on this team.
I think he's talking about trading one of the up-and-coming young players for a veteran.
Right, to add a key piece.
But if you could pry one of the catchers away, and that's a big if, for an important piece, I think you'd have to do it.
Noted on the program, the Cardinal over-under win total, which I was able to bet at 68.5, and my understanding, based on the text, other listeners joined me, such as the great Chairman Steve in Des Moines, and I can't recall if it was a Josh, Bob, Bill, or Jugs in D.C.
I just don't know.
Either way, now that we are a quarter of the way through the season, what do you think the number is now for the 2026 Cardinal win total?
If you were going to wager money, if you were going to Vegas.
This is set. This is objective data. This isn't you setting it. This is the number that is now set. It was 68.5 on the morning of the opener against the Rays as we get ready to take on the A's. Wow.
I'll say the number is 80.5.
Jackson Bennett Burkett.
76.5.
Martin Joseph Kilcoyne, even though you think it's Patrick.
77.5.
And a half.
And a half.
You guys got together to score the goal. That was key. It's never going to be 77. It's going to be 1.5. And Martin, with an assist from Jackson, ships it at 77.5.
Nice. Good work, Martin.
So it's jumped by 8. They're on pace to win 93, but...
Well, they're going to have to, according to the odds makers, because the Cubs are set at 93.5.
It looks like it could be more. It seems like it might have some value there.
Yeah. The Brewers are coming on strong now, too.
And this is some fool's math, but could you sit here today in May and you look at the six playoff spots in the National League? I'm going to say the Braves are in. Are you okay with that?
Sure.
I'm going to say the Dodgers are in. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
I'm going to say the Cubs are in. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
A lot can change. Okay. I'm going to say the Padres are in, or you say not yet?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, so there's 4 spots. I've got 2 left. Brewers, Pirates, Reds, a lot of your division teams that you have to kind of just stay in front of. Diamondbacks, keep an eye on the Phillies.
I agree with that.
Keep an eye on the Phillies. Careful, Papers.
I agree with that. I think that Phillies thing, poor Rob Thompson had to go just to get him going. It sometimes happens. We see it more in the NHL than we do in Major League Baseball. But I think the Cardinals had an immediate response to the termination of Mike Matheny, if memory serves. So, with that all said, I would agree with you on the Phillies. Your point being there are only really 1 or 2 spots for a bunch of
And there's
teams.
about 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah.
But can you be better than the Pirates and Reds? In theory, maybe. Better than the Brewers? Phillies? You got a shot, is what I'm saying. But I consider 4 spots taken. I know that's silly in May, but I would be surprised if those 4 that we mentioned are not in.
Certainly the top 3 there.
All but locks.
Yeah.
That was word salad by Chaim. Doug, that's from the Nipper School Monitor and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Yeah, kind of. But what else is he supposed to say? You don't know until a deal is presented to you, whether you do it or not.
Right, and the landscape is going to change 100 times over until the deadline.
Yeah.
Would have been better audio if he said, stupid question, what else you got? Then we would have played it on repeat.
Yeah, then there'd be a drop forever.
I think it's pretty clear if they were still in the race late in the season, they would probably make a move to help themselves if they didn't have to lose a bunch of other young quality players. I don't think there's any doubt they would do that.
But I think, Doug, you did make a good distinction there. If you're sitting at the deadline and you have a chance to make some kind of move, there's a difference between not shipping out a current member like O'Brien and saying, we're going to stick with this group. They've come this far. We're not going to, I mean, how much of a return are you getting on O'Reilly O'Brien anyway? Instead of doing that, that's a different decision that's short-term based, as opposed to saying we're going to trade off a younger player for some veteran that could help us down the stretch. I agree that I think they'd be less inclined to do that.
I think the one that could come up is if you're a couple games out and somebody wants Dustin May. Do you part with him as a veteran when you might still have a shot? If they're offering you a younger player that might be handy to have for the next 4 or 5 years, that could be a tough call.
May, for the record, on a 1-year deal, and it's a mutual option for $20 million next year. So he truly could be gone after the season.
Yeah. And he's pitching pretty well.
Pitched outstanding, really, since the first 2 starts were oddly terrible.
As the season rolls along, there'll be plenty of pitchers on contending teams that go down with injuries.
You have to sell May. That's from the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville.
Well, you don't have to. What if you got a 5-game lead in the division? You going to deal one of your better starting pitchers?
Well, I think there's a case if you could make if like Hunter Dobbins stretches out and looks pretty solid, and you think you get a good return for Dustin May, you'd still have 5 starters with Dobbins up. And then,
I don't know. But if you have a chance, really, to win the whole thing, and he's one of your top 1 or 2 starting pitchers, you're going to deal him?
If he's your top 1 or 2, would you consider him your top 1 or 2 right this very second?
Yeah. I think he'd be second.
Okay. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying if you can get a great return for him and still have 5 what you think is solid starters, you have to entertain the option.
Oh, yeah, you'd have to think about it, but...
Especially because the deal next year is, considerably more money.
I just think if you have a solid chance to win this year, I don't know why it's more important to win years down the road than it is this year.
Do you think the Cardinals are truly World Series contenders?
No, but I didn't think they'd be anywhere near this good either.
Yeah.
I thought they'd be dead last by now and really struggling. I was completely wrong.
The landscape, you pretentious ass. That's from the Grape Ape Auto Detailing.
Well, you can't win them all.
Did you say landscape?
I did. If anyone's wondering the return that the Brewers got for Devin Williams, they got
Devin Williams.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about the Hader deal. Devin Williams.
That's what I apologize. I should have looked up Hader, but I looked up Devin Williams. Just a premier closer type. They got Nestor Cortez from the Yankees. They bought high and no good.
I remember that in the moment, and I thought, I kind of thought that might be the smoke and mirrors category, and was surprised he was part of the compensation, but I don't recall who else was part of the deal. Who else?
WashU's own Caleb Durbin.
Oh.
Who's now hitting 173 for the Red Sox. So,
but they've used him as a starter for a couple years now.
Who went in the Hader deal?
Josh, you're talking about Josh Hader?
Mm-hmm. That screams delay tactic.
As opposed to Bill.
You mean Josh Hader?
Bill Hader, who broke character while being interviewed by Jiminy Glick. Am I right?
Sure.
I think so.
It was a 5-player deal.
Tim, it was a 5-player deal for Josh Hader. Left-handed reliever of some note. Burst onto the scene, throwing some heat, but he was traded at one
much like
point.
that Demi Lovato song. Why is this damn article so long? They got Taylor Rogers, Dinelson Lamet, Robert Gasser, who was a prospect, and Asturi Ruiz, another highly ranked prospect. So 5 players for one Josh Hader.
Was it 2019?
2022.
22.
Yes, because the Cardinals were trailing them at the time of the deal, and they went into the tank, and the Cardinals surged when Pujols came back from the All-Star game and went off. But that Hader deal was another part of the math. I love Riley O'Brien, but closers have a shelf life. We've had closers pitch at an all-star level the first half of the season and then completely fall off. Sell high on him 100%. That's Carlos Spicy Winger.
Well, that's all true, but you do have to have one if you're going to be a contender.
Cardinals won the World Series in 2006 with a rookie in Adam Wainwright. And 2011, I don't know if Jason Mott was a rookie. But when Ryan Franklin had issues, did they go to Fernando Salas, Doug, for a while?
I don't remember. I think so.
And then I think in 12, they brought in Mexica. And then he was seen in a playoff game snuggling in a parka with Joe Kelly.
Canoodling?
Actually, this would define canoodling.
Oh, no.
They were just on a trip with friends, though.
Okay.
They would find random players, stick them in there, they'd have success. Just short term, like Salas, like Mojica. Who was the other guy? Was it Neshek or Meshek?
Oh, yeah, Pat Neshek.
Yeah.
2014. Did he give a home run to Mitch Morse? Is that Mitch Morse?
That seems right.
One of the wilder wind-ups.
Releases.
Yeah.
And ended up in the All-Star game, I believe.
Was he local?
I don't think so.
Is Piddles comparing O'Brien to Hader? How high are you today, Piddles? That's from the Grape Ape Auto Detailing.
Didn't Hader fall off an absolute cliff once he got traded to the Padres?
By the way, the Grape Ape Auto Detailing Services might want to update their name since they're no longer in business.
Oh, no.
It should also be noted
Don't
that
you come a Grape Ape Auto Detailing. That's like going after Buck Swope.
I'm saying they may want to update since I will say, I wouldn't mind some Grape Ape Auto Detailing. And then you go to the site and it's shut down.
Riley O'Brien is currently second in saves, only behind Mason Miller.
Guys, what about Siwoo Kim? That's from the Big Old Bub. Doug Siwoo Kim, of course, a professional golfer.
Yeah.
Son Wan Oh, maybe somebody they're thinking of.
Nicely done. I had no idea. I thought that was material, and I think maybe you're right.
More of a typo type thing.
And Siwoo might enjoy a dart every once in a while on the course.
Like Charlie Hall.
Yeah.
And Son Wan Oh had the great, was it Albert Koo? Remember?
No.
Eugene Koo.
Sharon in Clayton has responded to the criticism regarding her information on private jets, and she acknowledges the following. You got me. I have never been on a private jet, but I bet my life is still nicer than yours, you loser. Doug, that's from Sharon in Clayton.
Comeback.
Caller Ellen, as we are starting to see the Real Housewives form an alliance. Sharon in Clayton has a defender in Caller Ellen. Sharon doesn't need me to defend her, but all of you jealous people need to shut up and work harder or marry well. That's from Caller Ellen.
That's good advice.
Bring gas.
Either work harder or marry better.
Korean Brian Henshin making the observation, the texture confusing Siwoo Kim for Sungwon Oh. Jesus. It's Brian Henshin from Indianapolis.
Yeah, we'd like to distance ourselves from the potentially offensive comment.
I do like the moniker Korean texter Brian Henshin.
Korean texture.
I want to add some context for the listeners who might be like, what?
And then who is KK? Remember the pitcher, the lefty, more recently than Sungwon Oh? Remember the
Yeah, I do.
I do.
I can't remember his name.
No,
Pretty
neither
good
can I.
starter, right?
Colonel's going to join us at 8:20, by the way. 8:20, Mike McGreevy, 9 o'clock. Great news for those of you wanting to hear wonderful phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines coming up outside of the Colonel and Mike McGreevy. Larry Nickel and Dan Jansen are both on hold, according
is that
to
right?
Chairman Kurt,
Okay.
on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, we're going to get to those. It's going to be magical. The texters are going to love it. They're going to love it. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's coming up as we enter the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, meaning we are closing out the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Doug, you wouldn't mind telling us about Mark Milton, would you?
No, I wouldn't. And it's the guy you need to know if you've got any kind of tax problems at all. Maybe tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, or even worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. And, mister, you've got some problems, but Mark Milton is right there to help you through it and battle the godforsaken tax man. Mark Milton is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He's also kind of known as the mayor of the MAC. Mark now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. You have any kind of IRS issue at all, you're worried about what you're going to do, you're a little bit afraid, Mark Milton can help you out. He, again, is at stltaxlawyer.com. You'll be saying, I am not guilty, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Never been on a private jet. Ha, ha, ha. My day has been made. You belong to the public. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and she has a win over Sharon and Clayton.
You belong to the public.
I don't even know what that means.
No.
But again, we're meat and potatoes in here, through and through. We're in the Stiefel studios, a wonderful selection of callers with Dan Jansen and Larry Nickel on hold.
Get ready. Get your text ready.
Right. Yeah, Gabe DeArmond at 8:20. Mike McGreevy from Sacramento at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 9:45. The program's called The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It was Fergie, right? It's not Black Eyed Peas. It's Fergie, right? Doug?
Correct.
Glamorous.
Nice. I'm going to throw out 07. What do you think on that?
I have no idea on the years, Tim.
I feel like 08's a little live. 06 is... Boy, you know what? I'm going to go 06 because I think 05's more live than 08. That's my reasoning. Final answer.
Okay.
06.
Nice. Shipped it. God, it feels good.
I'd like to be at Doug's house on this wedding anniversary. I don't know the years.
No,
it's
I
our
don't.
golden anniversary. I don't know the years.
I don't know years, no.
Gabe DeArmond coming up at 8:20. Mike McGreevy, 9 o'clock. Polos Plus, sponsor of the dossier here on the program, in addition to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Polos Plus is the sponsor of the dossier. The hat that I am wearing, the creation of Polos Plus. He shipped some hats over yesterday. Andrew Hubbard did, and oh, what a treat. And now Andrew Hubbard and Polos Plus is working with a number of our longtime TMA listeners. Seth Goldcamp, Design Air Heating and Cooling. James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. You've heard us talk about them now for months. And by now, if you're a longtime TMA listener, you know they are the place to go for small and mid-sized businesses that need quality branded apparel. Locally owned and run by Corey Lawson with Andrew Hubbard handling sales and marketing, they offer premium brands like Carhartt, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour, polos, quarter zips, jackets, hats, you name it. No minimums, no nonsense, and they stand behind everything they make. Now, here's the thing. Whether you own a business, work for one, sit on a board, help run an event, or just know a buddy out there grinding to grow his own thing, you probably cross paths with someone who could use what Polos Plus does. That's all they're asking for. Keep them in mind, make an intro, put in a good word when it comes up. They're working with Seth Goldcamp, James Carlton, Mark Hanna, and other members of the TMA ecosystem. And that's exactly the kind of word-of-mouth, local business, supporting local business stuff that makes this show what it is and has been now for 2 decades. So next time somebody at your office, your kid's team, your neighborhood, whatever, needs branded gear, send them to Polos Plus. That's polosplus.com. Help support the local businesses that support this show. We appreciate Polos Plus, and they do really create wonderful merchandise. Martin is sporting a Polos Plus quarter zip right now. Doug, is that Kelly Green? Would you say that's Kelly Green?
I call it Kelly Green.
Okay, all right.
All right, Doug.
You don't know the colors, Doug?
Yeah, I know.
No, I don't know exactly what
colors.
shade Kelly Green is.
What do you got on? Carolina blue over there, son?
I would say so.
Yeah, see, now you know that. That's interesting. Anti-Irish. Do you want to go with Larry Nickel? You want to go with Dan Jansen, or one of the many ladies on hold wanting to go out with little Jackie Papers?
Well, Larry's a regular contributor. I suppose we ought to put him to the front of the line.
Larry Nickel joins us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Larry.
Larry!
Hello, guys. What's up?
Oh, there you are.
Larry, have you watched the Hulk Hogan documentary on Netflix?
Not yet.
Doug, are we in episode 3?
I don't know where you are.
Episode 3. And I would tell you, I think you're really going to enjoy it. But the weird thing that he keeps talking about is this Hulk Hogan character that he was playing. And I don't know what he means by that.
It's something that was created by Hulk Hogan himself, not anybody else.
Doug, does that answer it for you?
No, well, I don't know. It seems fake.
What do you know, Doug?
I don't know much about it. So what happened on the show last night that we need to know about, Larry?
It's a nicely phrased question, Doug.
Well, for the first time ever in WWE, there was a Mexican heavyweight championship match on Raw last night.
Did you say a Mexican heavyweight championship match?
Yeah, there's a promotion down in Mexico called Triple A.
Okay.
And their version of the world title, which is what they call the Mega Championship,
all right,
it was defended last night as champion Dominic Mysterio, son of WWE Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio, going against the original El Grande Americano.
Okay.
And due to outside interference behind the referee's back, the winner is still the AAA Mega Champion Dominic Mysterio.
Oh, okay.
There was outside interference. That always frustrates Doug, who feels like, ABS is now part of Major League Baseball. Most athletic federations and businesses have embraced the use of instant replay and even technology, and professional wrestling continues to not tend to something that might be an obvious issue.
Wouldn't a second ref even help? A second set of eyes? How expensive can that be to have a second referee to stop some of this stupid outside interference?
Well, sometimes it helps and sometimes it doesn't. But in all matches, the referee's decision is final.
Yep.
Okay.
Good morning.
I've noticed these referees have glass jaws. If anybody even bumps into a ref, I mean, they are out. They are down, and they're not getting up anytime soon. They don't even have to get punched.
What do you mean by that, Doug?
Well, sometimes I've seen it where they'll accidentally bump into a ref, and he goes down like he's been poleaxed, and they never get up until someone has illegally established a pinning situation, and then they rise to the occasion and count them out.
Okay.
Oh, you haven't seen that.
Just did not want to follow up on that.
Doug, there's a development I know you wanted to kind of get to, and we're considering for the Lifetime Roofing lead, and that is what is going on with, Larry, is it Danhausen?
Yeah, Danhausen.
And these mini Danhausens. So explain this to Doug, because he's confused by it.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, this past Saturday at the Backlash pay-per-view in Tampa, Florida, there was a tag team match between The Miz and Kit Wilson and Danhausen and a mystery partner. And the mystery partner was a midget wrestler named Minihausen.
Me and my people find that term offensive.
Dwarf, please.
Thank you. That makes me feel better.
Well, no. To you, the dwarves. To me, the midget wrestlers. Okay.
This is the old double down. We call that.
Wow. Larry calling in from Freeburg.
Doug Martin, Jackson, Chairman Kurt, and I distance ourselves from these guys.
Let's get back on subject.
Okay, wrap her up.
Minihausen.
The chairman
was
just
in
sighed.
WWE. I'm still talking.
Okay. Gosh, this is not going that great. Go ahead.
But anyway, Minihausen. Doug, I'm still talking.
Okay, sorry.
Have more kids.
Anyway, Minihausen was in WWE before as El Torito when he was with a Mexican tag team.
That's it?
Well,
That's the
keep
whole
talking.
story?
Hey, you like to talk? Keep talking.
Huh?
Oh, we thought you were done.
Is this Steve in Birmingham? Go ahead, Steve.
I was waiting for Doug to butt in.
No, well, I'm sorry. I won't do that again.
Tired of it. Is that fast?
Okay, so the story is over now?
Yes.
Okay. That was exhausting.
All the great stories end like that. So is that the punchline? Yes.
Yes.
Larry, do you have the top 5 countries in the world available?
Yeah, thanks for asking, Tim.
Problem.
A lot of etiquette.
Number 5 will be Greenland.
Greenland, okay.
Number 4 will be Italy.
Italy. All right.
Number 3, Mexico.
Mexico. Yeah.
Number 2, Canada.
All right.
Number 1, United States of America.
Is that
Yes!
right? Is that
How
right?
about that?
Okay.
How about that? Listen to this right here, Doug.
Yeah.
Cardinal W.
Boom! You'll hear this Friday night around 10 o'clock. Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, Galvanize America.
There he is, Larry
All right, thank you,
Nickel,
Nick C.
recapping us. Yeah, Doug, these mini Danhausens come out now. So there's a guy named Danhausen,
Okay.
but then there's a bunch of little people, like gremlins.
That look just like him?
But they're little people.
Okay.
Right. And then they emerge from all over the place. It's
And they do what?
They wrestle.
Oh, each other, or they?
Everybody.
When the ref's not looking, they trip the opponent of Danhausen.
Well, I don't want to spoil it.
Oh, that'd just be my guess. It's a wild guess.
In the world of professional wrestling, doesn't the name Danhausen seem a little too insurance agent?
Yeah, almost too normal.
We got a new wrestler. We're out of names. What do you got?
Yeah.
Bob Anderson.
Yeah.
The Colonel, Gabe DeArmond, joining us coming up next on the PolosPlus.com dossier. And at 9 o'clock, Mike McGreevy live from Sacramento. The program's called TMA on 101 ESPN.
Excited to talk about a new sponsor here on TMA, and that is Michael's Baths. They've been doing this for 30 years, and that's all they do is bathrooms. We're hitting the refresh button on the kids' bathroom at our home, and we met with Michael's Baths. And the great thing about their sales folks, they're all former installers, and there's a difference when you're talking to them because they're not salespeople. They're former installers. They understand the process. I'm big on the process. They explain it all. And then all of a sudden, you're envisioning something new down the hall there, looking great. That process underway for us. Michael's Baths, 5-star reviews, A+ rating with the BBB. It's all they do is baths. It's a family-owned operation. Michael's daughter, she's the one who's going to answer the phone call. And if you're hearing this ad, you're in the listing area of 101. They can service your bathroom. Hit refresh, whether it's a tub-to-shower conversion or a full high-end bathroom remodel. They do it all. It's Michael's Baths. .com, that's plural, michaelsbaths.com, or call to set up that appointment, 636-775-0800, 775-0800. Michael's Bath, family-owned, insured, VA certified. All you need to know is right there, michaelsbaths.com.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and joining us now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines from PowerMizzou.com, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, with the latest on the Ahmaud Hardy situation. And before we bring Gabe on, for the purpose of full disclosure, when we were texting last night, Gabe's like, listen, there isn't a whole lot of information out there despite all of our attempts to get it. This is for a wide variety of reasons, ranging from legal to medical/legal, a story that is closely guarded and also has to be carefully reported so as to not violate those various codes and regulations. So with that all established, let's bring the Colonel on to the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN for what was the Lifetime Roofing lead here today on TMA. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're wonderful, sir. I know that this was not something that anybody anticipated. I was listening to your podcast with Cody last night on Power Mizzou, the State of the Tigers podcast, and you referenced that you got a heads up, as did some other people who cover the program, that in about 5 to 10 minutes, the university would be issuing a statement, but nobody knew anything about this until that statement came out. It's been about 24 hours. How much new information is out regarding Ahmaud Hardy and what took place and his condition since the initial statement?
Yeah, quite a bit in the last 24 hours. I think the most bizarre part is, I mean, that statement came out about 30 hours after the initial incident. And I mean, think about like a top, 10 player in probably the second or third most popular sport in our country was shot, and not a word of it for 30 hours. I mean, I said this on our show last night. I talked to somebody who was like, if Missouri hadn't put out a statement, like, does this come out at all? You know, I mean, that was the first thing we heard of it, was Missouri stating that it happened, not a police report, not a media report, not even a rumor on a message board. Just Missouri put out a statement that this happened. So that was bizarre. But I mean, the last 24 hours, we piecing together various reports. Sometime between 1 and 2 a.m. on Sunday, he was shot in the upper leg after Missouri's statement used the word concert. I think concert is probably a little generous or misleading for what it was. It was more of a gathering from what we can tell. But it happened in Laurel, Mississippi. He was transported to Hattiesburg, where he had surgery and is in stable condition, which stable condition has a wide range of what it could mean, but it means his life is not in danger, which is the best news, obviously. Everything else, like when he will play football, if he will play football for Missouri, all of that, what actually happened, who did it and why, we don't know any of that right now.
He hasn't released any kind of statement at all, has he, Hardy?
No. I don't think he's been on social media or anything like that. The only statements that have come out, you know, the Mississippi, the local police have talked to a few people, mostly local. I know they did talk to the Kansas City Star yesterday, and then the Missouri statement. But as far as anything official, that's all I have seen.
And Gabe, we've all been doing this a long time. When you got the initial statement from Mizzou football, and again, it's a statement. It's hard to understand or interpret tone, but I thought it sounded really serious, just in the nature of we're praying for him, we stand. And then shortly thereafter, when Pete Thamel said they expected to play football again, I was like, oh wow, what a relief. What was your initial sense in reading that?
Well, I mean, the initial sense was, oh well, that was not the statement I was expecting, right? You know, it just kind of shock. And I showed it to my wife, and her first reaction was, reading the beginning of that, I thought he was dead, you know, just because they suffered a gunshot and all that. So I probably relief is the first thing. Hey, he's alive. He appears to be okay, relatively speaking. You know, was my first thought. And that, you know, and I know I had a couple people say, geez, did they really have to put in his timeline for football is unknown? That seems pretty callous. And I said, literally, if they don't put that in, it's the first question every fan and every person has, right? And I don't think we need to do the whole making people feel bad if they're curious when Ahmad's going to play football again, because we know who he is because he is a football player. It's not the most important question, but it's fair for people to wonder. And I talked to somebody over at Missouri yesterday and said the same thing. We both said, look, if you don't put that in there, it's immediately going to be asked. So you need to just put that in as part of the statement to head off any questions.
Well, having said that, can we then ask the question, what does Mizzou do without him if they don't have him this coming year? Are they pretty well stocked for another running back?
Well, I mean, sure, Jamal Roberts moves up to number one, and then do you have somebody that can replace what Jamal Roberts did at number two? But, I mean, the optimistic outlook is, hey, good thing they managed to keep Jamal in town, and he's a good player and all that. Can he do what Hardy did last year? I don't know. We would find out. But, I mean, bottom line, they are a worse football team without him than they would be with him. I don't think there's any question about that. He was, if not the best running back coming back in the country next year, he was number two. He and Keiwan Lacey were everybody's 1-2 in some order. So, clearly, especially breaking in a new quarterback, everything they lost on defense would be a significant blow to Missouri's football team just in that part of the conversation.
Who are some of the names? And Max Warner was a pretty high-level recruit, right? The kid from Chicago. A lot of transfers. I just, was glancing at the roster. They got a kid from Montana, Wyoming, but it's maybe not as deep a group as they've had at other positions over the years.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to go add a running back when they look at the depth chart and go, well, those two guys ran for 2,500 yards last year. Like, there were no meaningful carries available outside of Hardy and Roberts. So they added, a kid who's, frankly, I can't pronounce his name. I'll figure it out by the start of the season, from Montana. They added Zyshawn Edwards, a kid that ran for 1,000 yards at FCS Houston Christian. And you mentioned Maxwell Warner. But, those guys were not going to be on the field at important times next year. That's going to be Ahmad Hardy and Jamal Roberts, and certainly that's still the hope that that's the case. If not, then Roberts moves up to the number one, and you have to find somebody. I would assume Zyshawn Edwards would be the leading candidate to take that role of what Roberts did last year. But it weakens the room, no question about it.
Would you expect somebody with the Mizzou program to go down to Mississippi to talk to him, check on him, and maybe give a little bit more information about his condition?
Yeah, I believe that has happened. To be honest, I don't know what. Again, this is all, you got to be careful. But yes, I believe someone from Missouri has traveled down to Mississippi to see him. I don't know exactly when, and I don't know what to say. We're gonna have somebody actually at Mizzou's event down in Dallas tonight, and Eli Drinkwitz is going to be there. I do not anticipate that Eli's going to want to say anything else about this, really, but we have kind of said, hey, we're going to be there if there is anything he would like to share or just wants to get out there. We'd love to talk to him tonight, but we'll see if that happens or not.
And you're referring to, I guess some of this would be HIPAA related too. You can't really give out somebody else's update.
Right. And I was clear when we're not asking for a health update, right, or a return to football update or a legal situation update. Really, it would be more of if Eli wants to share, hey, we talked to him, he's in good spirits, I went and saw him, whatever that might be, but yeah, that's the hard part about this, right? Missouri, even if they know the medical stuff, they can't share it. Even if they know legal stuff, they can't share it. That's not up to them. So, we're waiting. I mean, the medical stuff is really up to Ahmad, how much he wants to eventually share. And then the legal stuff is obviously up to law enforcement in Mississippi.
I saw Eli had a tweet last night. It was some kind of shot of a lake or something. Just said, counting our blessings, which is cryptic. It could be he's having a great night with his family or whatever. I felt like that was a sign, there was some relief.
Well, I think the blessing is Ahmad Hardy is alive.
Right.
Because, I mean, like I said a few times yesterday, I mean, he had surgery on Sunday within hours of when he got shot. So it wasn't not serious. This was a significant deal. And how serious, I don't know. I don't know if it ever was life-threatening or not, but it is not a big leap to make from a kid got shot to that kid. I mean, we could be talking about Ahmaud Hardy's death this morning, and I think everybody closer to him than we are probably felt that for a while yesterday.
Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou, with us here. He is covering this story. It was 24 hours ago that the university posted the story regarding Ahmaud Hardy shot in Mississippi. If you want more information and are curious about the reporting, powermizzou.com is where you can read it, in the Power Mizzou social media accounts. And Gabe and Cody Goodwin with podcast last night on the state of the Tigers. Colonel, we appreciate the time as always, sir. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Thanks. Have a good one.
That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA, giving us his perspective on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, Collier and Thompson phone lines. You're a Collier and Thompson guy through and through.
Well, I am, and you would be too if you needed your kitchen or your bath updated, remodeled, or any area of your home, really, because Collier and Thompson is simply the best in town. This is where you go when you are serious and you want it done by the best pros that there are. The number one thing for the remodeling industry is trust. You have to have trust that the work's going to be done right, that the communication is clear. You have to trust the entire process. You got to trust that the people are even going to show up. With Collier and Thompson, that is not an issue. They will listen to you. They'll sit down, understand everything that you want. They'll provide steady, informed, and a thoughtful process, not going to rush through it. And they've got carpenters and plumbers and electricians who've been with them for many, many years. The company's been around since the 1950s. It was founded in 1955 by World War II veteran Joe Collier. And now here we are all these years later, and Collier and Thompson remains the number one kitchen, bath, and remodeling place in the entire St. Louis area. They've got a great showroom out there on Manchester, more than 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays. You can browse around, get some great ideas on what's the latest and greatest thing that people are doing to make their kitchens look fantastic. Really a super place to go and do business. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester Road in Manchester, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
The program is called The Morning After. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour coming up in about 20 minutes. Mike McGreevy will join us live from Sacramento, where the Cardinals begin a 3-game series with the A's. That's on the Polos Plus dossier. And at 9:45, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The program is called TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cavaliers defeat the Pistons last night to even up that series at 2 games apiece, 112-103. Donovan Mitchell with 43 points. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is a rap about Festus, Missouri. Festus was founded in 1878. They are located in Jefferson County, and they have about 14,000 residents. Festus VI School District is the school district of Festus. The zip code is 63028, and they're along Interstate 686. The Pasta House Company is located there. Crispy Edges Eats and Shakes. The Krabby Daddy Seafood Eatery. And Gordon Stoplight Drive-In. The Braided Bakery is there too. The Main and Mill Brewing Company. Pie Mountain Country Coffee. And don't you forget about the Corner Cob Micro Bakery. They have a really nice town, yes indeed. This is a rap about Festus, Missouri. Festus, Missouri, oh yes indeed.
Now that, to me, is good music.
Thank you. Finally, you're starting to come around.
It's not just something you can dance to, but it's informative as hell.
Right. And a real complex rhyme
It's
scheme.
a travelogue. It's so many things all in one. I don't get down to Festus enough.
Yeah. Harrison Gallagher is the name of the artist there.
Oh, the artist?
What?
No music either, right?
Yeah, acapella.
Is that like Boys to Men?
I didn't need any background music.
Sure.
Maybe you can do some on some other cities.
He does. He does a lot of
Oh, he
cities.
does?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know how he comes up with it.
Yeah.
But
just a quick look at the Wikipedia page probably tell you everything.
That's what separates, the artist from the consumer, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Not getting the highest approval marks in the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. You can also talk about it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 274 friends are in there, Doug, including eggplant emojis, Scorzy, and the TMA remote lamp. Then they get Dr. Xander Malanthrop. They're all in there, and they're all talking it over, and it's so good to see that they're talking it over. Mike McGreevy going to join us here coming up at 9 o'clock. Gabe DeArmond with us in the previous segment. You miss anything, you can podcast like the Dickens via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That is SCHAEFER door.com. Jason Gosrow and his team will come out and fix the garage door of your home or your business real quickly. And go to SchaeferDoor.com if you are in need. It's Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner for your home, for your business. They handle both. They will install the LiftMaster doors that are quiet and versatile. It's Schaefer Door Company. SchaeferDoor.com. Sponsor the podcast here on TMA. Doug, Nick Wright is a takesmith.
Uh-huh.
And he's got a take, and I'm curious if you agree with it.
Okay.
Take a listen. He is not happy with a tactic that is being used. He thinks by losing teams, I gathered, to deflect criticism, and that is bringing their children to press conferences after they lose games.
Oh, gosh.
I want to say one other thing, because I've said this many times, but now it has come up again. Bringing children to press conferences after losses should not be allowed. And I think Joel Embiid is obviously an awesome family man and a great dad. And when we first saw it with, I think it was Steph's daughter, Riley,
right.
It was, not only was it adorable, here's the other thing, it was in the midst of them always winning, and all the press conference stuff was just celebratory. And so it was cute, and there was never a, oh man, I kind of need to ask him an awkward question, but he has this adorable child with him.
Right.
It is, whether intentional or not, the ultimate effect is your kid is shielding you from what could be tough or uncomfortable questions. That is the point of those press conferences.
Right.
And I am not picking on Embiid because he's not the only guy to do it. And I do like NBA guys in the 90s, it was the opposite kind of stereotype of like these guys, the old Sports Illustrated article, where's daddy, like the absentee father stuff. I really like how the modern NBA star has really embraced, like, we know all these guys' kids. We know Deuce. We know Cannon Curry. We know Bron's kids on the team, but his other kids, Cam Boozer. There you go.
He drafted.
But I don't think after season-ending losses, when you're talking about your future with a team, that you should have your kid on your lap.
Doug, would you like to see it banned?
I don't know about banned, but I kind of agree with him. I guess his general point, I think, is well taken.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, I think if you've won and it's festive, that's fine. But if it's a depressing or season ending, that's not the time to bring Junior out there.
I think it's just kind of disrespectful to the media. Like, yeah, and
it's like your job is not important at all, that I'll just bring the family up here and yuck it around.
And, like, I know, like, the player, who I understand is putting their body on the line and playing the game, but, like, after a season-ending loss, they're going to go out on vacation with their family, and they got 4 months off. Media's got to go into work tomorrow just as early as they did that day and grind all the time. So it's, like, not really a vacation for them.
Would it help if Mike Vrabel sat down with, like, his 16-year-old sons next to him and said, any questions, guys, you want to ask me about any of the news that's been making the headlines?
Or with his girlfriend. If the player sat down with their girlfriend.
He's got a 22-year-old kid sitting next to him.
17-year-old, 6'6", right. 230 pounds on his lap.
So I bring my family out here with me, guys. How we doing? We'll talk some Patriots football. What do you got?
Everyone has kids. We don't care. Doug, that's from Murphy VR in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
I think it should be saved for victories.
Yeah.
Bring your kid on to a victory. That's cool. But after a season, especially Joe Embiid, given his circumstances in Philadelphia and how long they've been trying with him and his battles with injuries, I think it's not the time.
Sharon and Clayton has met an ally in Nick Wright. Completely agree with this take. Leave your damn kids with mom. Media isn't there to see your kids. Athlete using their kids as a shield's a bigger baby than the kid. That's Sharon, and she's in Clayton.
All right.
That's the extreme version of the take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some nuance to it, understanding.
If it's a news conference at a practice and a day off or something, who cares?
Right.
But after a big game, after a big loss, it's probably not appropriate.
Just like anything, it's always time and place.
Yeah.
But if you're Embiid, do you think there was intent to bring the kid? Just the kids hanging out, I got to go do this thing, come with me.
I don't think there's
because
malicious
I'm
intent.
sure at times players have done it to be a shield. They'd say, well, now this will soften it a little bit. You know?
I think Nick Sirianni got accused of something like that, maybe.
Yeah. Nick Sirianni supports the RGO, Rich Gould Books. RGObooks.com.
On behalf of humanity, thank you for not having children, Sharon. Doug, that's from the Gene Steckschulte Wicked slide piece. Let's see. Out of the 274 people in the YouTube chat, I bet 39 of them have no pants on. 48 of them are eating cereal with water, and 178 of them have a BMI over 37.
Gosh.
That's from the Heiser House Hooligan, who is not a fan of those in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Have you ever had cereal with water?
I didn't even know that was a thing.
That sounds like prison food.
Kind of oatmeal. If you get those oatmeal flakes, you put water in it.
You like that cream of wheat? Do you like that cream of wheat?
I don't mind it. Yeah, it helps
What's your
lower
preference?
bad cholesterol.
What's your preference, cream of wheat or oatmeal? Steel cut, boy?
Oh, steel cut oatmeal. It's pretty good.
I'm out on hot cereal in general.
What about porridge?
Yeah, especially porridge.
Gruel?
Gruel or gruel?
Rich Gould.
Whatever it is.
Gruel. Gruel. No, I'm out. What a terrible way to start your morning.
Yeah. Cereal's for losers. That's from Eric in the Central West.
Cereal is for losers.
Nutritionally empty, but one of the tastiest snacks on this.
Yeah, it is.
On this
Seinfeld
planet.
would eat it for breakfast and dinner and lunch and just all day.
Leave the kids at home. Bring the wives up there. That's from Shrimply Pibbles. Doug, he sends in pictures of his wife.
It'd be better if they had the wives on one hand and the girlfriend on the other. That would lead to some more interesting news conferences.
Sharon Clayton has just sent in a picture of, it looks like she lives at Washington University, 2026 with pictures of her dogs. Dogs, on the other hand, belong everywhere. More dogs, please. That's Sharon.
I would have
she's in Clayton.
Huge issue with an athlete bringing their dog up after losing at the end of the season. There's no defense of that.
Especially a little puppy or something.
There's no defense of that.
You would condemn that?
In the room.
You just made a play that cost your team the championship, so you bring a puppy with you to the news conference.
Yeah. That would be a big problem.
We're going to have a friend of the program, Mike McGreevy, join us from Sacramento here at the top of the hour. Looking forward to talking it over with him. He is preparing for his appearance. Doug, fresh off of 6 shutty in San Diego with 9 strikeouts. And what is that ERA, like 2.10 or something like that?
2.18.
There you go. He is going to be with us. He will pitch Thursday in Sacramento. Cardinals and Royals this weekend. We'll talk it over with Mike McGreevy. Coming up next, I think he might take your questions, too. So if you want to fire him in, 314-399-9646. That's coming up as we go into the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. That also will include the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, do you know anything about Design Air?
Well, of course I do, because I've had them out to my house. Thank you, Seth Goldcamp, for putting together such a fabulous staff of handsome repairmen. I wouldn't care if they were ugly repairmen. If they can fix the air conditioner or the furnace, that's all I'm really looking for, and that's what you know you can count on when Design Air sends somebody out to your home. Check out their maintenance plan. Ask about that service plan where they come out and do the maintenance, preventative maintenance, so that you don't ever have a problem with your furnace or your air conditioner. Design Air's been around since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy at Design Air. They believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904, and of course, home of the handsome repairman. Don't forget about Brad with his huge sex appeal. Design Air brings the heat.
I guarantee you Sharon calls herself a dog mama and gets upset if she doesn't get a Mother's Day gift from her little garbage poodle. That's a breed?
Oh.
A garbage poodle?
I don't think it is.
That's from Shrimply Pibbles, who's an advocate of the players bringing their wives up to the podium instead of their children. Mike McGreevy next here on TMA on the polosplus.com dossier. This is 101 ESPN. Sure, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Jackson Burkett with you. Martin has left the show. He had enough.
Yeah, he just bolted out.
Bolted like the wind.
Didn't like one of the takes, I guess.
Maybe it was Shrimply Pibbles and his comment that Sharon and Clayton owns a garbage poodle that she wants a gift for on Mother's Day. Or maybe it was Nick Wright saying children should not be allowed at the press conferences. But either way, Martin Kilcoyne is gone. Mike McGreevy will be joining us here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Doug, you love guessing games. You love Joe Lenardi's latest bracketology now with the 76 teams in the NCAA tournament, or is it 78? Hell, I don't know. There's a bunch of teams. Thank you, Doug. But the power rankings are out for Major League Baseball from The Athletic.
Okay.
Who do you think has won?
Dodgers?
Nope. All right. Got to pay attention.
Braves?
Yes.
Okay.
Who do you think's two?
Tampa Bay?
Nope.
Dodgers?
Nope.
No. Yankees?
Yes.
Okay. It's just subjective as all this is.
No, it's a power ranking.
Okay, of one guy's opinion.
If you want to come after Grant Brisbee, Chad Jennings, and Zach Mizell, you can do that on your own time.
All right. I'll make time after the Strode program.
The audio bake sale? Munganess St. Louis Acura presents the audio bake sale on HD2 from 11 to 12.
You know it.
Dodgers 3, Cubs 4, Brewers 5 now. Kind of surprises me, to be honest with you. The Rays at 6, Pirates at 7. It's a National League Central Festival. Padres 8, Tigers 9, Mariners 10, and then at 11. Who would have thought on May 12th, your St. Louis baseball Cardinals sit at number 11 in the power rankings, ahead of the Rangers and their opponent tonight, the Athletics, at 13.
Yeah. Almost top third. Darn near top third.
Bob Bernier.
I've got
Bob
that Sutter
Dernier.
Field at about 10,000 capacity tonight.
Is that right?
Ted said it can push to 14,000. I'm not sure how. God, if you're a Cardinal fan, your bucket list, Doug, you want to go out to second. If I could get you on a plane, would you go out there just to see? I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Morning. I'm from St. Louis, but live in Sacramento. Excited to see the Birds play tonight. My play of the day would be a Shea Landeliers home run and a Mason Wynn base hit parlay. Wow, so going to the game on the ground there for us and giving parlays.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I would like an update tomorrow. Call in.
Maybe he can get some of that post game we keep complaining about.
Hey, Big Sack, will you go to the game for us, get some post game, and then call in tomorrow with a little report? All right.
Are you surprised that a city the size of Sacramento doesn't have a little larger stadium that
But I
host
guess
a
for a
baseball
big,
game than
but
that?
you got a minor league team, they're not going to draw a whole lot.
If you don't have a pro team, why would you have a big major league stadium?
What's
I
the
don't-
college?
I'm not
Sacramento
saying
State?
a major league stadium, but 10,000 people? That doesn't seat very many.
Is that not like the average size of like a AAA stadium?
I don't know. I would think they might be a little bit bigger
I
than
think
that.
Memphis might skew us because that's pretty big.
Don't say skew.
Effect?
Alter?
Yeah, there you go.
What are we, knee deep in a thesaurus over here? Sutter Health Park. Yeah, it says your capacity is 10,624 fixed seats.
Fixed.
But 14,000 including
Folding chairs.
lawn and standing room. Okay.
Yeah, probably don't need those much.
Jackson just said, hey, bro, it's Piddles. And then he goes, no doubt.
Oh,
Why all of a
he's
sudden does he
totally
sound like he's like high at the club when he answers the phone to talk to Mike McGreevy? What is that about?
two different people back there.
Yeah, what's going on?
Who are you?
I answered the phone.
Okay, bro.
This is some sort of, you're assassinating my character?
Well, you said hello, Piddles. Yeah,
I did not say
Down,
hello,
bro.
Piddles. I said hello, Mike. Thank you for calling in.
And by the way,
professional
papers.
Yes.
Memphis AutoZone Park, which McGreevy can speak to, mirrors this Sacramento Park in size. 10,000 and then 14, up to 14.
Yeah, I was flying by the seat of my pants with that take I gave Doug there.
Oh.
It is our pleasure to welcome to the program, fresh off of Doug, 6 shutty in San Diego, 9 strikeouts from our standpoint here on this program, the National League Cy Young favorite, Mike McGreevy with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Mike.
Morning, guys. That seems like a bit of a stretch, but that's probably the nicest way I've been introduced on the show so far.
How about that?
I appreciate it.
There you go. See?
Well, the alternate was rookie bitch, so we.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
We're making progress. I mean, you're up early in the morning in Sacramento. We appreciate you joining us at what is 7:06 out there. How are things in the capital city?
Have not gone outside just yet here in the capital city. It's tough going from San Diego to Sacramento. No disrespect to Sacramento. I'm still happy to be in my home state, but I wish we were still in San Diego.
Oh, no. What does San Diego have that Sacramento doesn't?
Thank you.
How much time we got?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
See, Doug, the Irish are in an alliance here. What do you have against San Diego?
Yeah, I am starting to notice that. I am starting.
How about the logistics, though? You guys stayed Sunday night in San Diego and then stayed most of the day as well. Is that you are the player rep? How was that decided?
I mean, I think it's just common knowledge. That's just a feel by the staff and just by travel secretary, the coaches, maybe the players as well. But I think there was a lot more things to do in San Diego that could be more beneficial to people on an off day versus, hey, let's go to Sacramento and have an off day there. It's like, well, you got the beach, you got some good golf courses there in San Diego. Let's just stay there and not overthink it.
Yeah. I want to let you know. You can say it might be a stretch, but I am looking at the data, Doug, and the 17th most likely National League starter to win the 2026 Cy Young Award is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines right now here on 101 ESPN.
17th.
That's right. How about that?
Who's ahead of him?
Exactly.
Jeez. Man, we're climbing. We're climbing.
Yeah, climbing up the ranks. So what was it like on Saturday night? I was reading some of the quotes in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch about you expected a bunch of people to be there, and it sounds like even more showed up. What was the scene like? We'll get into the actual outing where you struck out 9, but what was the scene like as far as friends, family, former teammates in the stands at Petco?
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, I figured there was gonna be a lot of people, but then once the game was over, you go to the left field, meet everybody after the game, and you're just like, holy crap, there's so many people here. You got high school buddies, college buddies, family friends. Some of my dad's high school buddies were here. It was insane. And, just for everyone to be there to watch, I mean, I know that they don't care how I do and they're just happy to be there and they're happy to watch me, but to be able to perform well for them, it just made it that much more special.
Do you know early on in an outing if you've got it, so to speak?
I guess so. There's certain times where you think you got it, and then you're smacked in the face in the third or fourth. You're like, oh, I guess I didn't have it actually. But I think early on the other day, I was like, oh wow, the changes were really diving. That first at bat to Merrill, where you battle back to 3-2, then you throw a changeup and you get him to swing and miss. Oh, dang, nice. And then you get another strikeout with Bogarts blowing a heater by him. So early on, I'm like, all right, maybe it's gonna be one of those days where I get a couple more strikeouts, maybe 6 instead of 3 or 4 this time. But to be able to do it all 6 innings and limit any damage that fourth inning, yes. The fourth inning where bases loaded, could have got out of hand. It was nice to be able to just have it all working.
You feel like it's working better for you almost each start. It's like you look better than the one before. What specifically is the reason behind that?
Just continue to refine the craft. Just making sure every pitch is kind of dialed in. Working really hard in between the work week, just making sure that the velo's coming back, stuff is sharp, going for the strikeout when I can, making sure I'm getting ahead, and just stacking everyone that hey, while it was a good day, 6 shutty, 9 Ks, I'm still looking at things I could have done better. I think I fell behind to a couple guys that might have limited my chances to get into the 7th inning, and I want to get into the 7th next time out and stuff. And so there's always things that I know I can be doing better despite having a career day like that.
When the velocity's down, does that help you become a better pitcher? Because you have to kind of find different ways to get people out?
Yeah, I'd say so. You definitely have to lean on the other 6 pitches, I'd say, to really just become unpredictable. But, like if you're dumping in changeup, curveball, cutter, slider, and then all of a sudden the heater at 93, when it's not 95, it's going to look a lot harder because they haven't seen it yet.
Mike McGreevy with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Ali Marmol quoted after the game on Sunday, Mike, saying that the guys in the clubhouse are pissed right now, and I'm glad that they are, that there's some real emotion. You guys were completing what was supposed to be a 17-game stretch without an off day, wound up being 16 because of the rainout against the Brewers, and you're a strike away from taking 3 of 4 from the Padres in San Diego to complement 2 of 3 from the Dodgers in St. Louis the previous weekend. And then it gets away. Describe the atmosphere in the clubhouse, the vibe, anything that you heard that stood out to you following what was, I would imagine, the toughest loss of the season to date.
Yeah, definitely a gut punch there. There's no one we'd rather have out there other than Riley in that situation. It was just a matter of, damn, this guy kind of ran into one. Oh, well, that's baseball. It sucks. It's kind of an over-exaggeration just to say, oh, well, to something like that. It sucks as the ball is leaving. It's like, damn it. That sucks. Especially with, going against a team that has a very good bullpen, that are keeping our hitters at bay. We're doing the same for theirs. It's at a 2-run, 3-run game might be all that we get. And so it just kind of felt oh, crap, all that momentum with 45,000 people in the stands for them. It's uh-oh, this is not good. And then it just kind of, it crumbles kind of in our face, and that's that. But like I've been saying, we're not going to get too high, we're not going to get too low. And hey, we're on to the Athletics here in Sacramento, and it's a new day. We got another game today.
And you go from playing in a packed stadium to a minor league stadium there in Sacramento. Does that affect, you think, the vibe or the intensity at all of a game when you go into a stadium where you don't really feel like it's the major leagues anymore?
Not really. I mean, it definitely helps. It's definitely cool for sure. But, I mean, we're professionals. We're still we could be playing in front of nobody, and we'd still take pride in our craft, still try to play hard, play fast. But it definitely helps. It's wow, 50,000 people to a minor league stadium. It's a little bit different, but I don't think it'll be a problem for anybody.
I thought the weirdest nugget out of that Castellanos homer, he broke his bat. He said he just asked for one in the dugout, and Tatis gave him the bat to use. And Tatis has yet to homer. His bat leads to the home run. How familiar with the stats? I know you break down the video before you face a team. Do you look at stats as well? The fact that Tatis has no home runs, do you even know that going into a game?
We lost him.
Yeah.
He's out.
I just wanted one hard-hitting question.
He wasn't going to take it.
And
hello, Michael.
We'll go to Steve in Birmingham. He's on hold.
Hold on.
Let's see, Steve. Let's go back to
Jackson,
Mike.
why don't you do that street talk you do when you talk with him? Maybe he'll listen
Yo,
to
what's
you.
up?
Hey, bro.
It's papers. He just didn't want to answer the question, Tim. It's obvious.
Yeah, I mean, well, you asked the hard-hitting questions.
I am curious
Doug and I are lobbing softballs, proving that the media in this town is soft. It's an embarrassment.
Yeah.
Hello, Mike.
Mike, if you don't want to answer it, it's fine. I just was curious if you guys...
Yeah, no. Wait, what? I'm so confused what just happened.
Oh, you dropped off for a little bit. I know you guys study video of swings and habits. I didn't know how familiar with each player's stats you are. The fact that Tatis has 0 homers.
Yeah, no, every time he came up, I'm like, don't be the guy to give up his first homer. Please don't be the guy. Oh my gosh, don't be the guy. And every time he came up, it was like, oh crap, he's gonna homer. Oh crap, here it is. It's gonna be against us, and that's such negative thinking in our sports psych guy or mental skills coach would be like just harping on me that's just the wrong way to think. Let's not do that. But if the guy's struggling like that, you say, hey, your odds are pretty good. Let's go after him.
Is there a mental strength coach that is at every game? Does he travel with you and everything?
Bob Rotella.
Sometimes he's here in Sacramento, but he's mostly there in St. Louis. And just if guys need just a little quick check-in, like here and there, guys need to work with him every day. Like he's there and he's just awesome. So especially my first couple of weeks in the big leagues, it was good to connect with him, just good to get a routine settled in and, just not be too just overwhelmed by the big leagues.
Riley O'Brien talked about it, and that's what Ali Marmol early in the season said the biggest thing for O'Brien was the mental approach, and then O'Brien talked about it as well. And I would think especially in that closer's role, you got to be mentally sound.
Yeah, you do. I couldn't imagine. Last time I closed the game was my freshman year of college, but 50,000 people screaming your name and you're just one strike away, and then to either you win, you lose, like the crowd pop. It's definitely crazy.
Mike McGreevy, our guest, you're live with us from Sacramento, where the Cardinals begin a 3-game series with the A's, back to St. Louis, taking on the Royals. Couple of really good weekend series here coming up in the month of May. Get the Royals this weekend. You finish off the month with the Cubs. Chairman Steve in Wildwood, also DeMunn. Mike has been observing from the get-go, going back to the unfortunate miscommunication is what we're calling it, Doug, regarding Grove. On the wedding. It's May. Who cares about baseball at this point? He was in his hometown. No way that his fiance let him play golf. They went to a tasting or picked out something for the wedding. Welcome to the party, pal.
Oh.
That's Chairman Steve, and he's in DeMunn. Is Chairman Steve correct on that, Mike?
Yes, he's very correct, but I also did not. It was kind of both of our decision. Like I didn't want to play golf either. And I'd love to play golf, but I can play those courses anytime I can back home. So I wanted to go hang out with my fiance, some friends as well. So I was able to go to the beach. We had a marriage prep meeting at the church down in San Diego, so I had to hammer that one out as well. So it was a busy weekend that just did not involve golf.
Michael, blink if you're being held hostage right now.
It's quite obvious at this point someone is being lied to.
Oh,
the Colonel doesn't believe it either.
Jeez.
Clip that off. All right, we got questions coming in from our audience, and you can send yours in at 314-399-9646. 314-399-9646. Mike McGreevy with us here on the program, and the Cardinals getting a chance to continue what has been one hell of a run here to start the campaign. Send yours in, 314-399-9646. With regard to where you guys are in the mix on this thing, in the Cubs doing what they're doing, what is the conversation amongst the team on superseding expectations? I know I've asked you this, I feel like each week that you've been on the show, but it's one thing to take on some teams who might not necessarily be in the mix, but you guys, you really kept that Padres offense in check throughout the weekend. And that's coming off the previous weekend against the Dodgers. I mean, this is now nationally, people are starting to take note. I'm wondering if there is anything inside the clubhouse with regard to it.
I'm going to try to give you a different answer because I feel like it's the same answer every week when I come on, and I don't want to be boring, but maybe just with those teams that that are supposed to have high expectations, like the Padres, the Dodgers, the Mariners, teams that come in, there's a little bit more of we got this team in town. Like, if we could win a series against them, we're not thinking the expectations are sweep. Well, of course it is. You want to win every game. You want to go to 162-0, but maybe there's just a little bit more attention to detail when those teams come in. Not saying that we don't have that same type of attention to detail against the lower half of the teams in the league, but I don't know, it's just, something special. There's like we were talking about, there's more fans in the stands. There's just a higher energy. So maybe guys just, play a little harder, throw a little harder. And guys like me, maybe the changeup's working a little better.
We got some pitching-specific questions here. Has there been a conscious shift in the coaching philosophy to try for more strikeouts? In the past, the Cardinals have always pitched to contact, and that was a big reason they drafted a pitcher with your skill set. Now it seems you and the other starters are racking up more Ks. Is that an intentional organizational shift? That's from the 636.
I wouldn't say it's an intentional shift. Well, I mean, you always want to just strike out guys. But early on in the year, we were playing a lot of teams that just did not strike out. The Tampa Bay Rays don't really strike out. The Washington Nationals don't really strike out. For how young they are, there's a lot of chase, but there's not a lot of whiff. So a lot of the balls like they chase out of the zone are still being put in play. So you're not getting strikeouts. You're getting a lot of weak contact. And, weak contact is not a strikeout. Lately, like with the Dodgers, the Padres, there's more guys that are fine taking a shot in the box, like Ohtani. He's going to swing like his ass off trying to hit a homer, but he's okay with swinging and missing at certain pitches. That's just, when like the higher caliber hitters, like that's okay because they want to get their ace swing off. They're trying to slug. They're trying to do damage for their team because that's what they're paid millions of dollars to do. These young guys that I feel like we faced early in the year, like the Guardians as well, they're just not a high swing and miss team, not a high punch out team. And it sucks to start off the year with teams like that because then all of a sudden the media is just like, oh, the Cardinals aren't striking anybody out. They suck. Holy crap. Can Liam Doyle and Tanner Franklin get up here quick? Oh, my gosh.
Well, it sounds like you saw my commentary the other night. Tanner here.
Yeah. But at least in my own mind, I've been trying to be more intentional with, hey, get ahead 0-0 and then take a shot with 2 strikes. Go get your strikeout with 2 strikes. Like there's more opportunity than you think to just get ahead 0-0. You don't need to be perfect 0-0. Just get ahead, get strike 1. Once you get to strike 2, then you could be fine. Take a shot. Go for a swing and miss. Like literally tell myself he's going to swing and miss here versus like, hey, like let's just get it out. And like there's certain situations that like I don't care if the guy doesn't strike out. I want a ground ball double play. Like in that 4th inning, I was hoping that Bogarts ground into that double play. I definitely would have thought I got into the 7th had it been a double play, but Merrill beat the slow roller to the bag. But, in other situations, strikeouts are better, but it's just about picking and choosing. I'd rather have a big strikeout be my 4th strikeout of the day in the 7th versus like, oh, I punched 11, but I'm only through 4.
How about this observation from one of our listeners? This is from the 314. Michael, great job Saturday. Are the deep breaths on the mound a specific breathing routine you follow? Doug, is that the 737? Is it 747?
I don't know what it is.
Are you doing a breathing routine out there?
I was always taught just, hey, like deep breaths, get some oxygen in your body, just slow everything down. While they look exaggerated because they kind of are, there's no like routine to it. It's just part of just like, hey, just breathe, just slow the game down. Like it could be 10-0. I just gave up 10, like tie ball game, first pitch of the game, last pitch of my outing. I'm always just trying to just slow the game down, feel like it's moving at a snail's pace. Just I'm in control. I have the ball. It's on my time. And I was always just taught breathing is a great way to just slow it down.
But then, all right, I got the most important question now.
What?
Well, Friday, of course, is our show's golf tournament. I'm sure everybody on the team's talking about it. And it's taking place at 10:30 at the storied Oak Valley Golf Course. And I would say, I guess it's not in Clayton, but it's close, Doug. And boy, wouldn't it be a treat if you made your way down I-55 to see us at our show's golf tournament, maybe play a few holes before heading on down to Busch Stadium to take on the cross-state rivals from Kansas City. I heard that sound, and I take that as an absolutely. That was my read.
Yeah, that sounds good. Maybe I tee off a little earlier than everybody else, but that'd be great.
Are you really in, bro?
I mean, we'll see what the schedule's looking like.
Oh, how about that? I took it as a hard no. Then I took it as that a maybe. It was a great bluff at the pot. I don't know.
Maybe he's heard about all the food that's going to be out there.
There's going to be a feast. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, 10.
I like food.
Yeah, there you go. 10:30.
Well, I mean, you only did a couple hours sleep in D.C., got up, went to the White House. So this is
a little more prestigious than the White House. This is our show's golf tournament.
Of course.
Yeah. Doug, it sounds like he's going to be there.
Yeah.
That's
a really soft yes.
We can send a car.
We have a car
I like
service.
saying that.
Yeah. Send a car.
We can send a car.
Yeah.
It might be Stephen Wildwood, but it will send a car.
There'll be an Uber X. But
We'll think about it.
We'll think about it. Mike, thanks for getting up early in the morning. What's on the itinerary between now and heading over to the old ball yard?
Well, you're going to do some scouting reports on the A's, probably find a good little coffee shop, get some work done. And then just, I don't know, maybe watch some golf and get ready for whatever's going on Friday.
Yeah, it sounds like Doug. This guy's dialing in.
Really?
And I like that. Mike McGreevy with us live from Sacramento, giving us his perspective on another Cardinal weekend in San Diego, where the Redbirds played quite well and now have a chance to continue the run in Sacramento, taking on the A's before heading back home to take on the Royals. We always appreciate the time. The audience loves it, Mike. Thanks so much, man.
Of course, guys. Talk to you later.
Take it easy. It's Mike McGreevy with us live from Sacramento on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. I would imagine the whole team's kind of buzzing and waiting for the invite, so he might be in a spot where he's like, well, I'll go, but only if you invite everybody else. May wants to be there.
I don't know that anyone really wants to be there.
How dare you?
But we've put out the invitation anyway, to be polite.
I like the new name of the Dotem. It's either the Dotem or whatever's going on Friday.
We'll have to see how the schedule plays out.
Whatever's going on Friday, presented by Cutwater.
The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves is offering to bring olive and oak burgers to help entice.
Oh, is he really?
Wow.
Like nice 10
Just
a.m.
for him?
cheeseburger for
Save a
a
little
pro athlete.
So you can add that to the donut drive-in that will arrive before Balls in the Air. Doug, Balls in the Air, 10:30. We're only going from 7 to 10 on.
Are we really?
Remember those days? We only went from 7 to 10, and now we're lucky enough 7 to noon.
Yeah.
Why do you?
Well, lucky is kind of the operative word there.
Yeah, the exposure that we're getting
Fortunate
in the market.
to get the exposure.
Thank you.
Especially with the Strode program.
That's how Chuck Marlin ended doing the
Program.
11 p.m. sports at night. He was offered an opportunity to anchor every night.
It's all about framing.
So Doug gets great exposure. We will be on, though, from 7 to 10 on Friday because we're playing. I know Jackson's playing. Are you boys playing? Ball striking, compressing,
I am not.
shaft lean?
I'm there. I'm going to be like McGreevy, just shaking hands.
No.
I'm predictionary. I'm going to put him down as a no.
I think that's a great read.
Yeah. Too bad. Maybe next year.
Yeah.
He's actually going to get too big for the show at some point.
What? I thought this show was bigger than the games we covered.
Right.
Hey, guys, man, thanks for reaching out. I'm going to loop Brian in so you can kind of schedule.
Yeah. We kind of need him to give up a couple runs here soon. Otherwise, he's going to get too big for us.
Oakville Hoosier doesn't like it. This kid's a legend already, and going to the Dotem better not mess him up. That's from the Oakville Hoosier.
That's true.
Just like the proximity to us would make him fall off.
I don't know how he'll deal with that hole where there's an electrical line that runs through the hole, and your shot might get knocked
You got
down.
to flight it.
Yeah.
You simply have to flight it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all about trage. It's all about trage.
Yeah.
At the Dotem.
Okay.
The program's called The Morning After. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN shows in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Doug, Mark texted in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646 that today is the 40th anniversary of a great moment in St. Louis sports history. What do you think he texted in?
What is that anniversary of?
Yes.
40, 1986. May of 1986.
Would it be Doug Wickenheiser, sir?
That's Brody right there with the answer.
Gosh. Figured
What's it like to get cut by Brody?
I apologize. But yes, Doug Wickenheiser's infamous goal, I believe, happened in 1986.
Okay. Jackson, do you remember who they were playing? Oh, you don't have a mic. What a great break.
Islanders.
The Islanders.
Wow,
Doug,
really,
the Monday Night Miracle
really
against
close.
the Islanders.
Good man.
Yeah, the old East-West playoff series.
Yeah.
Brody from Brown and Crouppen is in studio here on the morning after. He's in the Stiefel studios.
Absolutely. Of course, it's an honor and privilege to be on the morning after, and it's just the highlight of my week. It truly is. I love being here with you guys today. It's just an absolute honor and privilege. No doubt about that. Of course, the Cardinals are still having a winning record. 5 teams in the National League Central still with winning records this year, and only 4 teams in the American League right now with winning records. So definitely impressive. And the statistics say that the Cardinals are going to have a winning record this year because they've won 21 of their first 35 games. And since 2013, so excluding the 2020 COVID season, the Cardinals have 29 of those teams have made the playoffs, and 37 of those teams have finished above 500. So now the odds have shifted in the Cardinals' favor of finishing above 500. I still don't think they're going to make the playoffs. I still don't think that's going to happen. However, it's more likely that the Cardinals can be above 500. Therefore, they should be developers and not necessarily buy or sell at the deadline. They should stand put. They should not do anything at the trade deadline. Stand where it's at currently where things stand because you have a legitimate shot at a winning record, but I still don't believe they'll make the playoffs. But, I mean, this division is so competitive.
Why won't they make the playoffs? They're going to fall apart here?
I think the pitching is just not there. The starting pitching's not there. We have an outfielder controversy going on right now. Nathan Church or Victor Scott. People are kind of weighing in because Lars Nootbaar, I guess, when he returns, he assumes the left fielder role, which I don't really think he should. I mean, I know he can control the strike zone. I know he's a veteran presence in the clubhouse, but why is it just assumed that he can just take that left fielder spot back? I just don't understand that. To me, your outfield of the future is Church, Scott, and Walker. That's the outfield of the future. I don't think Nootbaar's part of the future of this franchise, not one iota. I believe that is the future outfield of the Cardinals as of right now. Scott, Church, and Walker.
Scott has to prove he can hit.
I agree with you, Doug. I agree with you. That's why if Nootbaar comes back.
Why are you two sideways? First, Brody cucks you. Now you're sideways on Victor Scott.
I agree with him. Listen,
okay, you agree.
86.
If Nootbaar comes back and just assumes the left field role, I would have Church play center field instead of Scott because Scott's batting average just isn't there. Doug is right. Victor Scott hasn't proven himself yet. He doesn't steal enough bases. He doesn't get on base enough. And if he bunted at least once a week, his batting average would go up extensively. Now, he is leading the league, I believe, still in sacrifice bunts, but he has to get on base more in order to prove his potency on the base path. But Church has a little more power, and I think the Cardinals as an organization, a Marmol's managing philosophy favors power more. And because Church oftentimes answers prayers when it comes to power, I believe that Nathan Church should be the one assuming the center field position as of right now over Victor Scott when Lars Nootbaar returns. But it's a great problem for the Cardinals to have the outfield controversy. However, the pitching problems the Cardinals have, that unfortunately is going to continue to hold them back. I mean, I don't think Dusty May has returned to form yet. I'm impressed by Michael McGreevy this season. I'm also impressed by Liberatore. They've held it up on the front end of the rotation, but Palante and Leahy are still trying to establish themselves as starters, and it still feels like they're playing the role of starter, but haven't become starters yet. They're still trying to play the part, but they haven't really become the part yet. They're still trying to play it. And I think that's very tough when you're a pitcher because everybody wants to be a starter. Nobody grows up and saying, you know what I want to do for a living? I want to pitch in the 7th inning for a bunch of years in the major leagues. You want to be a starter, or maybe you want to be a closer, and you grew up idolizing Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman, or some other closer in your market. I think that's fair, but listen, most people grow up, they want to be starters. They don't really grow up wanting to be middle relievers. So I think Palante and Leahy are still trying to find really their footing as starters, and I still think they're middle relievers trying to be starters instead of actually being starting pitchers.
I think your Lars Nootbaar point is interesting because he has been a presence on the team for a while, but I think at some point that leash has got to get a little bit shorter. And I'm just thinking it's this year. Come back. If you don't produce, you're not an automatic in that nightly lineup. I think he's part of the mix, But I don't think they can just keep saying he's an everyday guy until he proves he can stay healthy.
I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. He has
I
to
wonder
stay
if
healthy.
they'll use him that way. Like if they'll rotate him in and out. Maybe the first week or two you pencil him in more nights than not. But after that, no guarantees.
I agree. There's no guarantees. No guarantees. The Blues will remain at 11 and 15. Now, my opinion is they should remain at 11 and 15. Keep the picks. Doug Armstrong, don't you trade those draft picks. Oh. Don't you trade those draft picks now. You got to stay 11 and 15. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, you got to stay at 11 and 15. Don't trade him. You can get defensemen. I don't want Steinberg. Listen, I know his brother.
Move up and get that second pick.
I don't want it. I still don't want it. Listen, the Sharks should keep the pick, Doug. The Sharks could keep the pick. Listen, they're still swimming at the bottom of the NHL fish tank. They're not swimming upstream yet.
Yeah, she's
Michael Misa hasn't proven himself yet. Listen, Celebrini, we know is an all-world talent. But if you're Mike Greer, you gotta get the second pick right, or your job is at stake. Why are you sitting? You're going to trade down? That's a great selling point. We weren't exactly a playoff team, but let's trade down. Why? Is it just so you can get a goaltender to try to help the team now? Maybe. But I know, listen, I know that there are some rumblings right now that they want to trade Jordan Kyrou. Listen, I understand anytime rumblings come out of the Blues locker room, Jordan Kyrou's name is always the first name that's mentioned. I understand that. But, they may trade Jordan Kyrou in the future. I believe that they will, because eventually it's going to get to a point where he's just too much problem to handle. So they're going to move that head case out of St. Louis at some point. Of course, Colton Parayko, I don't know if he's going to waive his they expect him to waive his no trade clause to San Jose, and he wouldn't do it to Buffalo. Why are you expecting him to waive his no trade clause to San Jose? And same with Jordan Binnington. San Jose has not exactly been an all-world franchise contending for Stanley Cups in the last couple of years. What's the only draw about playing for the San Jose Sharks? Macklin Celebrini? That's it. That's the only draw of being with the San Jose Sharks. So if you're the Blues, stay at 11 and 15. They got a lot of defensemen in this draft. You could stay at 11 and 15. Help shore up that defense for the future. And I believe you're going to make a big splash, because I know everyone in the Blues fandom is thinking we need to make a big splash. I think the big splash needs to come in free agency. I don't know if it's going to be one of the top signings, but if it's in the middle of the road signing that's an impactful player, I'll take that any day of the week. And drafting some defensemen, help building that defensive unit, be the first-line defense to help the goaltending of the St. Louis Blues. To me, that's where the route that they should go. Don't trade up in the draft. Just stay where you are, and I think they'll be just fine. I don't believe that they should trade up in the draft. Keep things. Don't rock the boat too much if you're the Blues. Same thing with the Cardinals. Don't rock the boat too much. Stay steady, but if you can get some players that can create some impact, because you can't roll out the same roster you did this past season, because you're going to get the same results. But if you're the Blues, you need to be a little more active in free agency than anticipated, and I think of the draft, 11 and 15, if you're strategic enough with the 2 first-round picks, you can get some nice players to build for the Blues' future. I believe that. I expect significant improvement from Jimmy Snuggerud. I think Dylan Holloway's got to stay healthy. That's an X factor. He's got to stay healthy. If he stays healthy, the Blues are going to be in a much better position for 2026 and 2027. If we can get a great year, if we keep Jordan Kyrou and we get a great year out of him, a 40-goal season out of Kyrou, a 100-point season out of Thomas, yeah, you can have realistic expectations as it can make a deep playoff run. But I don't know if the Blues' offense is quite there yet. I just don't think that it's quite there offensively and defensively. I think they could be a playoff team next season if they can make some tweaks. I think they could squeeze into the playoffs. So when it comes to actually contending for a Stanley Cup, that's really a different level. But I do believe, and like I've said, I think the Blues are closer to a Stanley Cup than the Cardinals are to a World Series. I do, because the Blues are that type of team that they can make a few tweaks, and the NHL playoffs are a little more, I would say there's a little more parity, whereas in baseball, where it's been in the last 5 years, most of the teams with the highest payrolls are playing in World Series. Blue Jays and Dodgers, Dodgers and Yankees, Rangers. The Diamondbacks didn't necessarily that high of a payroll. The Astros, the Phillies, teams that are in the top 10 for payroll have been playing in the World Series for the last 5 years, whereas in the NHL, it's a little more dicey. You've got a salary cap. There can be a little more parity. So the Blues, in my opinion, as of right now the CBA could change that in Major League Baseball this offseason, and I think regarding the CBA, we have to look at deferring money, the luxury tax. We'll be able to defer money. How much money can you defer on a contract? That's what we're going to have to look at this season. Of course, salary cap is going to be extensively discussed in Major League Baseball. I think we're going to have to look at the luxury tax, deferring money. That's the key. How much money can you defer on a contract? Because right now, if you look at the Dodgers, they defer a lot of money. They defer a lot of money on Ohtani's contract in particular. And I just don't think you should be allowed to defer that much money. There should be a limit on how much money you you can defer and fix the luxury tax problem. And I don't know if it's going to fix it entirely. That's very hard to fix the payroll problem in Major League Baseball entirely unless there's a hard salary cap or a dramatic change in the rules. But you start with little small steps and maybe it can improve it. It's kind of like the draft lottery in the NBA and preventing teams from tanking, because they've been trying to fix that problem for years, but they still haven't been able to fix it. And you've seen with the Pacers, they tried to get a top 4 pick. They're tanking Tyrese Halliburton with the Achilles injury. And then Kevin Pritchard is apologizing to the fan base, who's the president of basketball operations for the Pacers. He's apologizing to the fan base because, we traded away Miles Turner. We still don't have a center. We anticipated on getting a top 4 pick, but the problem is that they ended up getting 5th in the lottery, and because they got 5th in the lottery, that pick automatically goes to the Clippers. They have to be in the top 4 in order to keep their first-round pick. So the Pacers, unfortunately, had to apologize to their fans. That's the problem, is the lottery. It's the same thing in baseball. Trying to solve the salary issues in Major League Baseball is like trying to solve tanking in the NBA. These are not quick fixes. Right. It's going to take years and years, and there's going to be multiple iterations because it's not a problem you could solve in one day. And I think that's the problem more in baseball, whereas in the NHL, I don't think the payroll problems are apparent. So therefore, I believe the Blues will have a more likely chance to legitimately make a Stanley Cup than the Cardinals do a World Series, because unless the DeWitts are going to spend in that top 15 category, how can you anticipate the Cardinals contending for a World Series anytime soon? Of course, it's not all about spending money. No. The Cardinals have to develop better. The development is not there. It hasn't been there in a long time. We haven't been able to develop starting pitching. I don't know why that is necessarily, except for the fact that it's been from the front office all the way down to the scouting department, all the way down to the minor league coaches. They just haven't been able to develop pitching, and that's been a huge problem. It's held them back, and we trade away a lot of promising prospects and not a lot in return. I mean, we've traded in the past for guys like Marcell Ozuna, Randy Arozarena, and Marcell Ozuna, and of course Matthew Liberatore, who you're trying to see if you can get a return on, and they've given him a long leash. I mean, they've given Liberatore a long leash. That's because they don't have a lot of other pitching. It's just dreadful. The pitching's an atrocity. It's an abomination.
Calm down.
It just is.
You've covered a lot of ground here.
Yeah.
And it started with a passionate plea for the Blues to trade those draft picks and get some veterans.
No.
Don't trade.
Don't trade. Don't trade. You can sign a veteran free agency, Doug. Come on.
Okay.
It's
I'm going to rewind the tape for Doug. I don't think he was listening properly. You said don't trade the picks.
I knew it was
Hold on to the
one
picks
or the other.
and get some defensemen. Boom.
Yeah.
Done. I like it.
Absolutely.
A blueprint for success presented by Brody.
That's right.
Like
and I hope Ahmad Hardy's going to play this season. I heard what happened to him yesterday. I was very shocked and very devastated. I hope Ahmad Hardy could play this season because he's special. He's going to be a first-round pick on many mock drafts. John Gruden and many other people have high praises for Ahmad Hardy. I hope Ahmad Hardy can play for the Tigers this season in the backfield. I hope he doesn't miss the year. He's such an incredibly talented young man, both on and off the field, and I hope Ahmad Hardy can play this season. So prayers to him, and hopefully we can see Ahmad Hardy and Jamal Roberts, because that's really Mizzou's saving grace this year is their running attack. That's the only way that they're going to be able to have the winning record that they want to have and win 9, 10, 11 games. If they have that backfield, that potent backfield that can wreak havoc, to me, that's the only way Mizzou's going to have that record. I swear to God, because there's not really a lot of other ways for them to do it. And I expect Mizzou men's basketball to be better than football this year. I think that Mizzou men's basketball, I'm telling everybody, I believe that they are going to make the tournament, and I think they're going to make it to the round of 32. I think they've done a tremendous job in the transfer portal. They have Jason Crow. To me, if they don't get to the round of 32, Dennis Gates is fired. Drinkwitz's job is secure no matter what the record is this year. So if fans are calling for his job, that's just not going to happen. But they've already named Austin Simmons starting quarterback. Austin Simmons, a left-hander transfer from Ole Miss. They've already named him the starting quarterback of the team already so early on. They're giving Austin Simmons the reins. The question is, will he have enough pieces around him in order for that offense to be more potent? Because we know Mizzou's defense is always rock solid. They have some of the best defenses, in my opinion, in all of the SEC. But it's that offense. Can they put up points on the board? Right. If they can do that, now they have a new offensive coordinator this year in Chip Lindsey. They got him from Michigan because Kirby Moore is now the head coach over at Washington State. Chip Lindsey is coming. He's worked with a lot of quarterbacks in the past. Bryce Underwood, Max Johnson. Hopefully, Austin Simmons and Chip Lindsey together can be a perfect harmony, and hopefully Chip Lindsey can be the quarterback whisperer at offensive coordinator that Mizzou needs in order to really go to the next level, and I think quarterback play is a big part of that, and that's what Mizzou needs to do. I really do. Okay. I think that's what they need to do.
And the Blues need to trade those.
No, Doug, stop.
Don't trade 11 and 15.
How about that? Brody Harmon bringing heat across the board. Look at that. We covered a lot of ground. You're all over it, my man. I love it.
Absolutely. No doubt about that. And hopefully our soccer team can improve. I just want a good soccer team. Love watching the Battle Hawks.
Gotta win.
Love seeing Dick Vermeil at the Dome. Did anybody see that? Dick Vermeil was at the Dome recently. I'm so happy to see him. He's in great health. I am so happy. He brought us a Super Bowl. He never should have left. He never should have left the Rams after winning the Super Bowl. I know he came back with the Chiefs, and him and Trent Green got to live out the fantasies in Kansas City, and they had Priest Holmes for a while. But I would love to see Dick Vermeil. I wish he finished his coaching career with the Rams. I really do.
It's
and I love Mike Martz as an OC.
It's a great what if he sticks around. Do they win another Super Bowl?
I think they could have. I think they could have. I'm not saying they do. I'm saying they could have. I think it's possible. The Greatest Show on Turf could have extended a little longer. Obviously, Warner's injuries, and there were other factors why the Greatest Show on Turf couldn't last longer in the NFC.
There he is.
Brody, we always appreciate the time and the knowledge. Doug, a lot of knowledge is dropped in a short amount of time. Brody covering it all. Brody Herman representing Brown and Crouppen here on TMA. Brody, thank you so much.
Thanks, Brody.
That's Brody Herman with us here on TMA. We come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today next on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals Athletics tonight, 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Andre Palante on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
And Doug, you said you prefer this version of Thunderstruck. Why?
I don't really. It's just a lot of noise.
What's your Mount Rushmore of Australian bands?
I don't have any.
Can I count Kylie Minogue as a band?
Sure.
Bee Gees, weren't they from Australia?
Men at Work is way up there.
Yeah. AC/DC's got to be way up there. Bee Gees.
Midnight Oil?
Was that January of 2009 at Enterprise?
Oh, I don't know the years, too.
They are from Redcliffe, Australia.
Which one?
Bee Gees.
Midnight Oil? Not enough catalog?
Never heard of them.
Wow.
Holy cringe, Jackson. That's from Dan, Dirty Dan, the garbage man.
Blue feet. He's got blue feet.
This type of music needs to be erased from humankind. Dirty Dan, the garbage man.
I would almost second that. The guy, listen to the guy singing. Yeah, come on. It's just screaming.
You don't like AC/DC?
No.
Okay.
Wow, that's not going to go well in the halls of Hubbard.
Yeah, seriously.
There's probably an Angus Young guitar on the wall.
Oh, well, probably is.
Yes.
And he would dress like a prep school boy.
Oh, did he?
Like a prep school boy.
Are those shoes they called creepers, right? Weren't those the shoes that they would wear? Right?
Kind of like boots that laced up or something?
Well, they're like, they're kind of chunky
What?
creeper shoes.
Shoes chunky.
Have you ever heard of this?
I've not.
Matt Kuchar wears Skechers.
Oh, does he? And sometimes they'll scuff on the bottom of it. You got to be careful. You'll fall over. Comfortable.
They're kind of like low top Doc Martens.
Low top Doc Martens.
I don't think I know what a Doc Marten is.
It's a heavier boot.
Oh. Like a steel-toed work boot?
No.
Doug being get off my lawn guy again. That's from, hold on a second, they're moving quick. Doug's Nashville bachelor party. Huh.
Okay.
Silverchair was a great band from Australia. It's from the 314.
Oh, were they?
Was that Wait Till Tomorrow? What do you think, 97-ish? 96?
Well,
young band, too.
When you're talking years, I just don't know, really.
Ooh, NXS, also Australian.
Michael Hutchins.
Obvious miss. Sorry. Apologies.
Little River Band.
Skipper had a member of Little River Band as one of the acts at ARF one year.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, it was one of the guys from Little River Band.
Oh, Tame Impala, Australian.
And AC/DC trumps them all.
Probably certainly the best-selling Australian band.
Oh.
I think Back in Black is the second highest-selling album of all time.
Really?
Cut it out.
Thriller?
I think so.
Rumors?
Yeah, Thriller won.
Chairman Kurt's album. It's coming forward.
Right, well, yeah, this obviously.
Maybe it's time for the designer heating and cooling of the day.
We've lost our way.
I don't know. I
Australian
felt like there was
bands?
information Jackson was seeking.
Yes, Back in Black, second most. Would you like to take a guess on the third?
No.
Are you sure? What do you have over there?
Tim, can you please do an entire show while talking with a speech impediment? You did a longer Blackatology segment yesterday, and let's just say I currently have a diamond cutter in my pants.
Oh.
That's from Phildo Baggins.
Diamond cutter.
That was Diamond Dallas Page's finishing move, wasn't it? Diamond cutter?
I don't know. Phildo Baggins.
Morning, I often sit and wonder what happened to that hot girl that randomly starred in one episode of Saved by the Bell as Zach Morris's girlfriend. I don't have a lot of details. Doug, she was blonde and drop-dead gorgeous. So-so actress. Maybe it was in 1994 or 1995-ish. Whilst daydreaming about her, I also ponder the meaning of life. The cardinal future deadline moves. And what does gonorrhea look like? I'll send a pic, but boys, this rash ain't playing. And from everything I've seen online, antibiotics might be in my future. Currently, no Mrs. Brofallon, but the candidate list is about to get shorter once I see my physician. Not a lot else going on out here in the Wild Wild West except the never-ending construction at 6470 as they level a few hills and build bridges that will one day allow us to fly by Wentzville at 85 miles an hour. Doug, that's from Bro Fallon, your brother from another mother.
Bro Fallon.
Gentlemen, thanks for asking me to do this. With the economy being uncertain and Big Tank needing to make a quick couple bucks, Big Tank Media LLC Incorporated is proud to announce the hard launch of our new media venture before the morning after. Doug, it's happening.
No, please, no.
Immediately followed by its companion program, The Morning After, which runs directly into After the Morning After. We will be streaming it live exclusively on Quibi Max Plus, the exciting new platform available on select Samsung refrigerator touchscreens.
Oh, nice.
Inside Golf Rivals as a microtransaction and the new software patch on Bally's sports app that nobody can log into. You can audio simulcast it on HD9 and the closed circuit monitors in the Fenton Steak and Shake drive-thru.
Oh, nice.
Boy, that's such a specific.
Yeah, it really is.
Destination viewing.
Right there at 44, isn't it?
Right.
Used to be below Wet Willie's, Molly Brown's.
Oh,
What was
yeah.
Wet Willie's?
There was a
water
McDonald's there
slide.
that went out of business.
Really just felt there was still one untouched frontier in the TMA content ecosystem between Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live, Twitter Live, Periscope, HD1, HD2, AM radio frequencies, usually reserved for soybean reports. New York City betting bodegas, unsanctioned Patreon-adjacent podcasts, and whatever Jackson's currently uploading to a hard drive in his vegan backpack for Movie Boy. It seemed irresponsible not to dilute a brand I'm not affiliated with even further. Excited to build an audience of Jake Reynolds and Michael Kelly's 18 birders who accidentally clicked the wrong link looking for Mizzou post-game coverage. Doug, is that Mike Kelly? Martin, you had one day
I
to...
assume it is.
You've got one day in Como. How will you spend it? Just playing video games and stuff. Next week's interview. Video games and stuff. The kids today.
Again, thanks for asking me to prepare something to promote this here. Doug, that's from Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio.
That's going to be good for the show's exposure, though, to be on that Steak and Shake Fenton drive-thru.
Well, there's a lot of cars drive by 44 there.
Did you know that one of the scientists that was a part of the first expedition to Antarctica is from St. Louis? Did you know that to keep actors safe, the shark in Jaws was real, but the humans were replaced with animatronics? Did you know that I'm sitting in a dark room blasting some Steely Dan on my Walkman and sniffing a pair of Doug's undergarments right now? One of those statements are true. That's from the Tin Man. Wow.
The Tin Man.
Which one is true?
Him sitting there blasting, who was it listening to?
Steely Dan.
Steely Dan, yeah. That one, maybe.
But he's sniffing your undergarments.
No.
That's what you thought was real of those.
Who says I even wear undergarments?
I'll be right back. I sense that was when you saw... Doug, I just got to read what they send in.
Okay.
I sense that was you when I saw the collared camo shirt and 10-pocket cargo short, also known as the Festus tuxedo. I saw you were active on the TMA Reddit this weekend. Come, let's discuss. I love how you were breaking down Martin's radio shtick while your wife was sipping box wine out of a monogram Stanley and mouthifying Braxton's dad at the 8U tournament.
Oh.
That shows dedication to the craft. How did it feel to pay a $500 tournament fee and $700 for a two-night stay at the Branson Econo Lodge? Also, a bunch of attention-seeking moms could show off their custom Mother's Day shirts that Ashton's mom made. Did it feel good? Ashton's mom's a giant loser, but so are you for writing 800 words about how the Dotem isn't a true sellout.
That's a thing. It's like the NBA bubble championship.
By the way, check your wife's Snapchat because Jaden's dad sent a pic of the butterfly tattoo on his inner thigh to all the moms. Maybe you could make yourself feel better by getting upvoted by a bunch of Reddit dildos for saying the show is dead. You make me sick. That's from Dad's business partner, guy who listened to TMA before Iggy that joined the dais.
Dad's business partner.
Hey, Palookas, old rookie bitch from 1920s here. Mikey Greenfees McGreevy before I 23 skidoo and head via motor carriage to the old ball yard. See, I need to get something off my noggin. When I hot diggity for 6 shutty, see, I need to be heard on the Victrola, boys. I hurled like when I was throwing grenades with my brother in the Great War. This one's for you, Kaiser Bill, I'd say. Anywho, don't let it happen again or I'll see you in the funny papers. I'm the bee's knees. Don't need any horse feathers or applesauce from you, balonies. Doug, that's from We Too Low.
We Too Low.
Playing off the fact that Jimmy Hynden says that McGreevy looks like he's from the 1920s.
As much as I'd love to go up and sightsee the Ladybird filming locations, I won't make it to Sacramento this week. I did catch our sweet Redbirds for the Saturday game in San Diego, though. The ballpark's beautiful, and it was nice to hang out outside the stadium and not feel like I've stepped into the village of the damned. There are people, real live people, and they're walking around having fun at businesses. Real live businesses. And let me tell you, Tim, that Korn soundtrack intro for Mason Miller is scary. Doug, watch this.
I see what you're doing there with your hands.
I didn't get to catch a win, but the 3-hour drive did give me a chance to fire up some recommended listening. Buck Swope's Origins for Deke Dotem. Email after email being read with phrases like fart pipe and let my tongue be your bidet, followed by Doug explaining, you can't read that. It was fascinating to hear a time when he still bothered to pretend that he didn't like it. Doug went as far to say it's a stupid segment for great prizes. It was a step too far, in my opinion, and I'd like to give him the chance to recant that statement. P.S. Apple TV are still clowns for interviewing ball players while they're playing defense. You wouldn't ask Tim to man second base while he's dropping his glorious takes on life and St. Louis sports. That's from the Poor Film Student. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We shall announce the winner at 10:55 before BK and Ferrario take over. So there it is. Now you've been briefed.
All right, and now we have to vote. And I shall vote.
Yeah, but privately.
Oh, well, okay. That's right, privately. Okay. Oh, all right. It's very important. And these are mail-in ballots.
That's correct.
Okay.
Kind of hand-delivered.
All right, we will have the winner coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Insurers are not covering roofs like they were in the past, and people calling Roof Restore are finding this out the hard way every single day. Here is a real-life example at Roof Restore. They saw a house last week in West St. Louis County. Last year, the couple's insurance company, it's a major one, a household name, denied their hail roof claim. This year, the same insurance company is refusing to renew their coverage on their home unless they replace the roof. Their roof was 11 years old. Now they're facing a $50,000 expense. This was a nice home with an expensive roof, but the point is the same. They cannot shop around for insurance now because the first question that an insurance company asks is, has the home had a claim or been denied coverage in the past number of years? So they have no choice but to put a new roof on. Again, they are getting calls like these daily at Roof Restore. It's notanewroof.com. Maintain your roof and protect one of your greatest assets, biggest risk spots, and that is a roof. Get the maintenance that I just got on my roof with notanewroof.com. That's Roof Restore at notanewroof.com. Doug, do you think it's Iggy Azalea's birthday?
Well, it could be. Anything's on the table.
We were just talking about Australian artists.
Oh.
Again.
Mm-hmm. Stumbles into opinion guy.
No.
Has the board op friend who is stumbles into music theme guy, which I like.
So good.
Short-lived career for Iggy Azalea.
No.
Why is that?
It was a sound that worked real well in like 2014, 2015, and didn't really resonate after that.
Kind of like the boot stomps.
Is that Queen? Is that song? So We Will Rock You and Champions, that's the same song, right?
Yes.
Yeah, what do you think
We
about
Will
that?
Rock You / We Are the Champions.
I'm sure the label was excited to have 2 hits in one song as opposed to capitalizing on 2 songs separately, probably making twice the money.
Wow. It's a take.
I'd have to think.
They
I
were
don't know.
probably pretty happy with the way the song played out.
Well, yeah, having Queen on your dossier is not too bad.
Don't say dossier.
Part of the falling out with Pink Floyd, David Gilmour, Roger Waters were writing credits, song credits.
Sure.
So Roger Waters would do like Pigs on the Wing, a 1.5-minute song. David Gilmour, 16-minute song, Sheep, Pigs, and they'd get equal royalties. And that led to some animosity.
I like that's good stuff.
Think about it.
Good stuff, Martin.
You didn't mean it.
So I have corporate considering advertising with TMA. They actually meet with Well-Dressed Tony tomorrow. Doug Well-Dressed Tony, a wonderful salesperson
Sure
here,
is. Yeah.
and a TMA listener.
Outstanding head of hair.
Yeah, he really does. Doug, it's thick.
Well,
thick.
He's related to Matt Rocchio, who famously has a fantastic
That's right.
head of hair.
Yeah. Thick, Doug, thick. I sent the regional director a link to YouTube today so he could check out the show.
Oh, boy.
I'm already concerned they are going to find the HWA archives. And, of course, as soon as I send the link, you go to emails where guys are getting erect from talking about bracketology, some Saved by the Bell references, a listener talking about his STD, and someone sniffing Doug's boxers. Perfect. So, to Well-Dressed Tony, I say, tell him good luck. Doug, that's from Beer Cats.
Okay. Well, so we may not get that account.
Well-Dressed Tony.
We're up against it.
Yep.
It's time to earn it. This is where people earn their keep.
It's a wide-ranging show, I always tell people. We cover a lot of topics.
We do. You're right.
Sometimes sports included.
That's correct.
But if you don't care for this show, you might enjoy my new show, After Onboarding, which is on,
onboarding.
Awkwardly on at 11 o'clock every day on HD.
So it's competition.
HD3.
With the audio bake sale?
Yep.
And you discuss all the insurance possibilities.
Me and
you could
Kurt,
get?
we're the leftovers. We do After Onboarding.
Mr. Tim. Did you like that? Kind of like in a class?
No, I don't care for it.
Ooh. Did you see IU football recreate the famous LSU mom gif at the Whitey yesterday? Pretty cool homage to you and your excellence. Thanks. Hashtag free perk. Hashtag I stand with Mr. Martin. It's Brian Henshin.
Korean texter.
Brian Henshin.
I didn't see it.
Jackson, have you seen this as the Indiana football team
Yes.
visited the White House fresh off of the 16-0 season that ended with a national championship?
Yeah, they're doing it, but there's no mom.
So just a bunch of guys
Yeah,
dancing together.
just guys.
Send that to me.
Oh,
you gonna kink shame now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and it doesn't have near the aura that the LSU Tigers had in 2019.
It'd be kind of funny if that became a thing where everyone went to the White House, recreated that little dance.
That would be great, but you'd have to bring a mom.
Clip that off.
Am I wrong? It was part of the charm.
Well, it would help, yeah. It would help. But how are you going to get around to picking the hottest mom?
Who said
on a
anything?
football team?
That was your words, not mine. Just said a mom of a player on the team.
Well, I don't think that was a random LSU mom.
Well, I don't think it was like.
I believe she was the wife of a former LSU offensive lineman who might have been involved with the broadcast team.
Okay, well, I'm sure every team has something like that.
Cue the Brent Musburger. Creepy audio. Look at her. Look at her. Boy, you want to be a quarterback. Whoa, be an Alabama quarterback.
Was that for
A.J. McKernan, I
A.J.
believe
McKernan,
it was
right.
his future wife.
Silverchair is Australian. Candlebox is from Seattle, Washington. That's from Buck Melanoma, Molly's, Russell's Wart.
Well, take care of the melanoma before you pop off.
Was I missing something?
Did we talk Candlebox? I don't know that we
Who's
did.
Candlebox?
A band from
Okay,
Seattle.
all right.
But did we conflate that with Silverchair?
Why is Jackson dressed like a Bundesliga water boy?
It's not too far off. I'm really more dressed like an NBA coach where they have these nondescript quarter zips with the team logo.
Mm-hmm. But the team logo is really small.
It's like really small, and I think they all look bad. Bring back the suits. Your thoughts, Doug?
Well, I'm just wondering how all those guys get their jobs as assistant basketball coach. How much they have to do.
Well,
the head coach is in charge of everything. But are they coaching one player?
It's a lot of
two players.
A lot of individual instruction. Yeah, a lot of working one-on-one with guys like Blake Ahern, he of Missouri State, and coached at Clayton and Miami Heat. He was with the Memphis Grizzlies, and his main job was working with the guards, working with guys like John Morant on some individual skill stuff, which is very valuable.
Yeah.
Doug, Dan Jansen's very valuable, and he's on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Dan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I'd like to talk to you about the major golf event going on this week.
What is that?
PGA Championship?
No. Dotem? No.
Oh, well, what is it?
It's the APGA.
The APGA.
Associate PGA Tournament. It's annual. It's in conjunction with the Ascension, whatever.
Stiefel. Charity class.
Stiefel, yeah.
Friends of the show.
So I'm coming to you live from the course.
You're actually at the course.
I'm at the course. As
Okay.
usual, I volunteer out here.
And what's happening out there?
Glen Echo, I believe.
Jesus. I almost got Glen Echo. Glen Echo. Unbelievable course. Great track. The original Olympic track. And it's the rough's thick. The greens are lightning fast.
Was there a question in there?
Yeah,
what the hell are we doing?
Sorry. No, it's a public service announcement.
Okay.
And Doug, the event it's a pro tournament. The event is free, and most importantly, parking is free.
Oh, I do like parking free. Yeah, I like that.
I know you do.
Yeah.
Hence the purpose of the phone call.
Okay.
But if you want to see professional golfers, come out. So I'm, as usual, spotter on number 8.
Well, he's usually spotter
number 8. And number 8, Doug, is that gettable par 5?
I don't know
It's a very gettable par 5.
A driver wedge playing downwind, and these guys are bombing it up against the road.
So as a spotter, what do you have to do exactly?
You seem to be moving a lot.
Yeah, I am. That's the part of the job.
Iggy. Jeez.
No, it's hilly. So, So, in the rough is thick here, and so I don't want them looking for their balls, and I don't want them losing golf balls to save them after the tee with.
Okay.
Anyway,
What do you do?
So you're like a
do you throw a towel down? What do you do?
Yeah, I drop a towel. So this is. It's a professional golf event. These guys can crush the ball, and they're very good. So I just encourage people to come out. If you want to see good golf and see a cool course, and it's kind of tricked out, and see these guys attack it.
Tim Jugs in D.C. says he's calling the FCC. I don't know why, but
he's having the license removed.
I guess. The tournament, it's a 3-day tournament, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at Glen Echo, and the APGA was founded to give African-American golfers more opportunity, and it's something that the Ascension linked up with, and now it's a little bit a different time of year, but Stiefel Charity Classic, I think, is still associated, and then they have a spotter on the 8th hole who calls in while the wind's blowing. There it is.
That's pretty much it. Just encourage people to come out.
And there is free parking.
There's free parking.
And there's free admission. You can park right on the spot.
No.
You can walk the course.
Iggy-ish voice, maybe. Doug, do you ever go to the grocery store just because there's free parking?
Well,
you just enjoy it?
At times, sure.
Yeah, revel in it.
Just
Not even go inside.
Don't even go in. Just park. Call your wife. I'm at the grocery store. Just parking. It's free. It's glorious. Well, Dan, congrats to you for volunteering. Do they think you're creepy out there, or is that just us?
Just you guys.
Okay.
They're appreciative of my services.
All right.
Sounds like Iggy to me a little bit.
Well, thanks for the heads up on this, because I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
We wore you out, didn't we?
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, did we call him Tim?
I think so.
Are you okay?
Thank you, Dan. Dan, thank you.
He's discouraged. He's trying to do.
Yeah, thanks.
Doing great work and just wanted to share the message. He just didn't seem very energized with the message.
I mean, doing that after email today was one of the best moves he's ever made.
Yeah.
Some guy called the FCC on us.
So Jugs in D.C., who's right there in the District of Columbia.
Yeah, he could walk it over the paperwork.
He could get this station's license removed for us taking that phone call.
Sounds like it.
Dan just sounded discouraged, but his voice quality sounds a little like Iggy.
I get what you're saying.
And he also sounded a little bitter, so I couldn't help but go full Iggy there. You know.
Guys, I know we love to fat shame callers and texters, but honestly, let's think about this. What percentage of your callers are out of breath compared to callers in other shows? I wonder if Fangraphs has that number. Even the Southern yokels calling into Feinbaum don't breathe as heavily as the people calling into your show.
Well, he's walking around a golf course spotting tee shots.
And I didn't think it's fair because we had part of the yokel contingent call in yesterday.
That's right.
Steve from Birmingham.
Steve from Birmingham, Cardinal organization member.
Was not out of shape, though, but was sideways with the instruction taking place.
Well, we don't know if he was in shape or out of shape.
Well, yeah, I don't think was he heavy breathing?
He was in the car.
Caller, you're on a car phone. Anybody on the landline today, Chairman? Remember that, Doug? You take a call, I say, all right, we're with Bill. He's on a car phone.
Mm-hmm. Like it mattered.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Are you on a car phone? Well, Dan Jansen, God bless him, because he probably knew he'd get thrown through the shredder, but still wanted to deliver the message. A nice tournament going on, and I believe it is free to attend. It's a beautiful course. Just avoid number 8.
Yeah. Play 17. If you're on the verge of the course record, go back to 8 and finish off. Otherwise, head to the cocktail lounge.
Gettable par 5.
It is. That's what I thought he said no when I said it's gettable par 5.
Very gettable par 5. Yeah.
He's saying those guys are going driver wedge in?
Yeah, for sure. If you get down the hill or even cross over the road.
And Doug, your counsel is just you can't afford to be above the hole there.
No.
That's what I've always said. Boy, the one place you don't want to be is above the hole there.
Boy, the text line is just, they're quick and mean. Scissor Me Timber said, Daniel, first you take a big step back and then literally punch your own face.
No.
And then there's a full another paragraph about it. I don't know if that's possible.
Delightful, though, that the audience wants to share their thoughts. And, Doug, they're involved in this local St. Louis sports community. Isn't that fun?
It is good times. Yeah,
we welcome you to call in and share what you're up to as well. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Above which hole, Doug? That's from Big Paws. Number 8 at Glen Echo, is that right?
That's what we were talking about, yeah.
Before a pretty challenging par 3 over water where you can't afford to be long. And certainly not short, or else you'd be swimming.
Yeah.
This just in, even the most well-conditioned athletes will breathe hard when exerted. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
It's true. That's very true.
McGreevy didn't seem out of breath during his
Well,
call.
he wasn't doing anything. He's probably sitting in a hotel room.
16th, I went back and counted. 16th on the Cy Young, Doug, plus 10,000 for a friend of the program, Mike McGreevy, to win the National League Cy Young.
He's got a bit of a consecutive scoreless inning streak going, at least 12 innings.
Mm-hmm. So is that Oral Hershiser's record he'd break because Drysdale broke it? And then he broke Drysdale's record?
I think so. It's like 58 and a half or something, or a third. Wouldn't be a half. Something in that ballpark, I think.
Sharon, walking on a golf course is not exertion, you sad fat. That's Jugs in D.C. So before he gets us removed from the airwaves, he has decided to take on Sharon. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's really a lot of what's going on here is unfortunate.
Stop going to the phones!
Oh,
some big tough. Chairman Kurt is on there right now. I mean, they're calling in, Doug. I mean, they call in. They want to talk it over with us, and we appreciate that they engage.
Tim always says the filter. All I hear is Chairman sighing.
Is this another call we should take, Chairman?
I'd give it a shot.
Okay.
Give it a shot, he said.
All right, here you go.
Mike.
Doug, Mike.
Oh, okay. Hello, Mike.
You're on with Doug Vaughn.
Mike.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey.
Not much.
Listen, I appreciate the show. You guys take a lot of shrapnel. You know, ex-military guy like myself, it's every day you're taking that shrapnel.
Yeah.
And I'm on is what Jackie Papers would say, the meat and potatoes side of Illinois, you know?
Yeah,
You
meat
got
and
blood
potatoes.
work going on right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
America's backbone.
We had a Befalto.
And
Dupo.
Doug, I know you get frustrated with too much talk, but I'm going to have to give, Mr. Kilcoyne, Mr. McKernan, and yourself and Jackie Papers a lot of props. Give me that ding dong. But you guys do a great job, man. It's a great show. And I've been around. I've been all over the military, but I came back a few years ago, and you guys are still rolling. I remember back when Jimmy the Cat Hayes was there and all that. You guys are still rolling, dude. You're funny as shit.
I like the use of profanity myself,
fella.
but I think Jackson has to. I think Jackson has to go.
Cut me off. Doug's going to put me on his.
You wanted that ding dong, fella.
Yeah.
But thank you for the kind words.
No. You guys are outstanding, man. Hey, I remember back in the day when producer Joe was fighting dudes at PT.
Yeah, unfortunately, he lost the belt to Timberfake in what was the Buster Douglas Mike Tyson moment.
What? But he went 1-1, man. I mean, dude, I fought a lot of people in my life too. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Oh no!
What do you think?
You guys be good.
All right,
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
What a nice little sentiment.
Yeah, get out while the getting's
He was
good.
kind of fading. I wanted to get in for some questioning, and he was out. He said, Doug, give him that ding dong, and I think he meant the gong.
I'll give him a dong.
Tim, sometimes a little swear word. It should be just fine. Yesterday, it's the cancer golf outing, great charity benefit, but it's just mostly the fellas sitting around. Brett Hull's there. And
Definitely
Pronger.
profanity.
Yeah.
Definitely profanity.
So I may have used a few that I look right in front of me, a camera from the American Cancer Society documenting the whole thing. And
do you keep the F? Do you feel like the F word is in the
one
higher?
you try, yeah, and I don't think it slipped out, but all of a sudden I bring up the Wizard. Ozzy sits down next to me and says, "Oh, man, coming in hot today." Well, just trying to have some fun. Thank you, Mike.
Wizard's probably still silent with us for damaging his eardrums.
Boy, we got him, and we got him good at spring training.
Not to bring it up. A lot of TMA fans out there at the Boone Valley, believe it or not.
Yeah, most TMA listeners are at Boone Valley.
You think they pipe it into the cabins out there? And a gentleman came up and said, a lot of talent in that morning show. And I said, I'm sorry, he goes, a lot of talent in that morning show. And I said, sure.
See, look at that. How about that, Doug?
Sure.
Who was he talking about?
I don't know, and I thought it would be vain if I said, you mean me?
Yeah.
I thought that's the logical question.
Collectively. So that was Mike, who's new to the show.
Mike is new to the show, and but has been listening for a long time. And then, of course, Dan Jansen. Doug, he's out at number 8, spotting tee shots.
Right.
You'll hear him before you see him.
You're welcome to get involved as well by texting in, calling in, by talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's where you can watch after the morning after from 11 to 12, where we talk it over. It's called an audio bake sale now. It's going to be renamed the Audio Bake Sale.
That's good for us.
From 11 to 12. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN.
It's true, good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stifel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis way back in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
You know, you can't teach somebody to be able to write lyrics like that.
No, you're born with it or without it, I think.
Amen. This time, telling you, we...
This song has been around a while because you can't duplicate genius like this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Once a decade, maybe something will come out.
Well, I mean, imagine Cardinals get through the Dodgers to win the National League and through the Yankees to win the World Series. And Doug, the most unlikeliest becomes a story in St. Louis and why around all of the baseball world as the Cardinals win their 12th World Championship in 2026.
Wouldn't that be fun? Did you put any money down on that at the start?
I did not. My sole bet was a brick on the over of 68.5. Now, Jugs in D.C. is adamant that plus 350 for the Cardinals to make the playoffs is the lock. So theoretically, I could take a portion of what at this moment appears to be likely to be winnings and allocate it on that, and now I'm getting 3.5 to 1 on the money. What we're going to do is we're not going to spend this money. We're going to build on this money, and that's what the Tam Avenue Capital Partners do, which is why we have cash calls.
Yeah, I thought they had lost a lot of money in the past.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I had, you know that he's on ESPN. I don't think I told the story of it. I don't know how. Martin knows the guy. This would be better with Martin here. Tyler Fulham. You guys know him?
Yeah, we've had him on the show.
Yes. I think he was on one day when I was out.
Correct.
But I've known him for a while. I actually we were texting and then played in a charity golf tournament together a couple weeks ago. And he goes, where in the world did you come up with Christopher Rayton last Friday? How much did you win on that? And I texted back, yeah, I didn't bet on it.
You gave it away.
Exactly. And that hurts.
Yeah.
But it's like, I think I told the story of betting Ricky Fowler on Sunday morning. And then when I got the option to cash out, I took it. But then you immediately go for pulling from the guy, because it was a $5 bet that was going to pay like $900 or something, to immediately pulling against him because now you don't want to regret the cash out.
It's like when you trade someone in fantasy, you trade them away, you kind of want them to kind of fall off.
I just did a blockbuster trade in our league, Doug. Did you see that? Because you like to vote against the trades that I complete. You and Charlie Marlowe.
My team is so bad, I'm rapidly losing interest.
Oh, maybe you'd like to do a deal with the Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball Club.
Awful. Everybody's hurt.
Here's the deal. I made it with Justin in Columbia, who strikes. Take a listen. Tell me what you think.
Okay.
I mean, we're stacked with pitching, the Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball Club. I don't know how or why we have, in a 16-team league, too, Skeens, Sale, Freed. Brewers have this guy, Kyle Harrison, who's deals. Davis Martin. How many people know about him?
No.
Dealing for the White Sox. Dealing. Peyton Tolley for the Red Sox. Their rookie goes out there, K's MFers left and right. Doug, do you say Tanner Bibby?
Sure, let's go with that.
And I left somebody else out. I know I did. Oh, Framber Valdez, who the Plowhawk just released to pick up like a utility guy.
Yeah. A little ornery, but...
He's a little ornery, but we welcome that in the clubhouse.
Sure, you need a little bit of...
sandpaper.
A little cayenne pepper in your chili.
But the trade-off is we have no offense because Fernando Tatis Jr. hasn't hit a home run. Will Smith isn't doing anything. Matt Chapman's getting close to having a sit-down with me.
This might get DFA'd.
Corey Seager also is getting a little close to having a sit-down.
I got Cal Raleigh's like 0 for his last 36.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got nothing. He's the best player in the league last year, one of them.
So I'm trading Skeens and Harrison and Will Smith.
Oh, really?
And I'm getting Connor Griffin, Liam Hicks, who I didn't know existed until about a month ago, and he rakes as a catcher and first baseman for the Marlins, and Riley Green. We got to bring in offense. We have a surplus of pitching. We've got to make a move. We have a playoff streak that people respect all around the fantasy sports landscape.
I don't know.
And I have a responsibility to my shareholders. We reinvest.
Don't do that with your hands.
And we realize the status quo is unacceptable to the fans at the Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball Club, LLC. And so, yeah, perhaps we're going to regret this move, but we weren't going to be able to win without making a bold move.
Okay.
You don't repop, do you?
I think you probably go ahead and repop. Well, I had Will Smith for a while.
Not possible. I drafted him.
I dumped it. No, is the outfielder first baseman for the Braves?
Catcher.
Oh,
Dodgers.
Will Smith. You're talking about Dodgers catcher.
That's right.
Right, okay. Who's the first baseman for the Braves?
Matt
Stop
Olson?
crowdsourcing.
No, I think he's got a
Greg Nettles.
No.
Chipper Jones.
No.
Freddie Freeman was there when they beat the Phillies.
Highest pants in all of baseball. Dominic Smith.
That's who I'm talking about. Yeah. I had him for a while.
Brother of Will.
And dumped him. I don't believe they're related.
I love listening to Tim break down his fantasy baseball team. That's from MD 2020. Liam Hicks went to Mineral Area in Farmington.
Oh, did he?
How about that? That's a good fun fact, Clem. Did you know that? Anybody? Did you know that?
No. Did not. They'll find you anywhere.
I joined you on the Cardinals over as well. The only thing Tim has ever been wrong about was La Serena 69. That's from Josh Bob Bill, who shares a building with Keisha Gray in Tampa. Tampa Bay, of course, where Lana Rhoades fell into the body of water. That has happened to millions of people, though, so she shouldn't feel bad.
I don't know how many people it happens to. And you were wrong about a movie?
Actress, and I'm going to respectfully disagree with Josh Bob Bill on that.
Okay.
But I would welcome him to elaborate in case I need to issue an apology.
What did you say her name was?
La Serena 69.
Bet her parents are really proud that she chose that title.
I mean, she was born with the last name 69.
I'm sure.
The first baseman for the Braves is Matt Olson.
Right. Well, this guy was on their roster as a first baseman, at least in fantasy baseball.
Did you draft him in some sort of fever dream?
No, I didn't draft him. I picked him up as a free agent. That's why I was upset that you got something for him in a trade after I dropped him.
No, this is Will Smith.
We're talking about two different guys.
Yeah.
Now I see.
No, you see what I'm talking about? What the hell am I doing here? Oh, yeah, I'm talking about Dr. Brandon Pryor. Now, how about what he's got going on here? This is intriguing. Doug's an Olympic caliber sleeper. Mm-hmm. He's famous for it. No pills involved, right?
No.
I've got a cocktail that I make every night. Holy crap. But it works for me. Now, if you're dealing with sleep problems, I've been there. It's brutal. Dr. Pryor at 100 West Dental can help you out. He can treat sleep apnea with custom oral appliances, which is an alternative to CPAP. No mask, no machine. It's for the right candidate. So if you think you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, what Dr. Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental will do is a complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked, because bad sleep catches up to you. You're not performing at 100% if you're not sleeping right at work, in the gym, anywhere. And yeah, this is still the best place for veneers, implants, full smile rehab, the bigger dental work. Visit 100westdental.com and go see Dr. Brandon Pryor. Book your complimentary sleep apnea treat consult online at 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. Papers, how do you sleep?
Not great.
Is that right? Is that because you sleep face down with your head in the pillow?
You can't breathe.
Right. That might be one of the core issues. Dr. Pryor might go 3 minutes into the test and go, hey, well, maybe we found our problem.
No, I just think I go to bed too late.
Too late?
Yeah.
What time you go to bed?
10:30, 11.
And what time you getting up?
First alarm's 4:45.
Oh, that's not enough.
That's not enough.
I know, but it's hard to go to bed at 9. Like, I just can't.
When you're a bachelor and you've been out at happy
it's just
hour.
like, I don't know, like you hang out with your friend, you might do something on a weekday, go out to dinner, have some drinks, and then you get home at 8:30. I'm not ready to go to bed in a half hour after that. And there's ball games on, stuff to do. And you end up going to bed, and then you sit in bed. And it's best when I read before bed. That I get more tired that way. No blue light.
One of my secrets to getting to sleep quickly is that I'm almost dead. So that when I lie down and close my eyes, I'm there.
Waiting for the sweet release from your earthly vessel.
You want the angel of death to visit?
The sweet kiss of the angel.
No, I just mean just regularly walking around.
Yeah.
Just darn near dead now. So when you lie down, it's seconds before you fall asleep. And look for the bright light. Go to the light.
Josh Bob Bill does not live in Tampa. He lives in Afton with a wife. That's from Pele Blanco.
Is that like, what, is that
Why
supposed
did
to be
we need
mean?
that?
I don't know. I understand.
Why would we need that information?
There's plenty of people who listen to this program who probably live in Afton with a wife.
Yeah, most of the married guys there.
Right. Yeah, one would think.
Mm-hmm. By definition.
Right.
Getting a CPAP is life-saving. You'll literally turn that bastard on and be out within 5 minutes. It's from Dougie V's BBL. I went to bed at 3:30 this morning and got up at 6:30. Typically, I go to bed at 1 a.m. Yeah.
God, that sounds horrible.
Ooh, I can feel the drowsiness and the headache that comes with that.
And then the problem is you're like, well, I should take a nap because I'm so tired. But then you take a nap and you wake up and then you try to go to bed early still. Impossible because you've just woken up 4 hours ago.
Well, he doesn't say that's his regular routine, but there could be some certain occasions where...
He just said he usually goes to bed at 1 a.m.
He said, I went to bed at 3:30.
But usually go to bed at 1 a.m.
No.
And if you're waking up at 6, it's simply not enough time.
Jugs in D.C., who is trying to get the 101 ESPN license revoked by the Federal Communications Commission sometime this afternoon, says living in Afton unmarried is a bad beat. It's from Jugs in D.C.
Well, you can't get in a car and go to other places. It's not a prison yard.
I can confirm that Josh Bob Bill is in Afton and a 3-car garage and a wife. That's from Packer Dave.
3 cars in Afton. Wow.
I didn't know that everybody knew Josh Bob Bill. I just know that at one point he shared a building with Keisha Gray in Tampa. Those are the only things that I knew about him, and that he's been texting into the program for a number of years, and he's a delight. And that's what I can tell about Josh Bob Bill. All right, we will have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, Battlehawk fans, the sound of Battlehawks football is back, and it's back at the Dome for the 2026 season, and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-bread chicken strips and an order of potato wedges. Plus, on top of that, you get a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. With this deal, you can get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $9.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. Again, for just $9.99, you get 4 of their famous hand-bread chicken strips and an order of potato wedges. I recommend dipping that in a little barbecue sauce, maybe Chipotle Ranch, whatever floats your boat. Plus, on top of all that, you get a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. You can get the Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. That's Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, partnering with the Battlehawks.
Lifetime Roofing is online at lifetimeroofingstl.com, the sponsor of our Lifetime Roofing lead. Serving the St. Louis metro area since 2005. Veteran and locally owned business. It's St. Louis metro area only company. It's not a storm-chasing operation, no out-of-towners, certainly not corporate. Their focus is only the St. Louis area community. It's not a franchise. It's not private equity owned. It's locally owned. It's locally accountable. It's Dustin McClendon and his team at Lifetime Roofing. They are award-winning and A-plus rated. Ask about their literal lifetime warranty on new roofs and James Hardy siding. It's Lifetime Roofing. Online at lifetimeroofingstl.com or by calling 24/7 314-800-0426. That's 314-800-0426. Lifetimeroofingstl.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, A's tonight, 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Andre Puente on the mound. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Mentality is a longtime sponsor here on TMA, online at lowtusa.com. That is Mentality. If you're feeling sluggish, and if this has been going on now for a while, it could be something that Mentality can help you out. That is Mentality. They're not a macho low-T bro clinic. They're human-centered. Their mission is to figure out what's really going on in your body and your brain. Mentality starts by listening. They'll run real labs and explain your results in plain English and then build a personalized science-backed plan using hormone therapy and FDA-approved peptide treatments to help get your brain and body back on track. So stop telling yourself and everyone around that you are fine. Right now, all new patient labs will be covered in your treatment plan. That's a savings of $250 right out of the gate. Reclaim the old you, the younger you, with Mentality. Schedule your appointment now at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com, lowtusa.com. Jackson Burkett is the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
We Too Low picks up the win.
We Too Low has won.
Maybe with all the cash he wins for that, he can get himself a new garage door. Schaefer Door would be the company to sell you that. They do new installs with LiftMaster. Or if you just hit the old remote and nothing's happening, Schaefer Door can hustle out there and get you fixed up. They have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They also do large, giant, industrial-sized doors. If you own a business or a warehouse with those big doors, yes, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to sell you something that you don't need. That's what they did for me. I just needed a strut. I didn't need the whole door. It's Schaefer Door. The website is schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.